Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Tuesday evening, afternoon. Hi, how are you? I know this is not one of my regular times, so chances are this stream isn't going to get as many views as it usually does, but hey, it's the quality of viewers that is important to me, and you guys rock. You all rock. So far in the SandBox, we have Real John Lithium and Hermeteorologist, and I get carried away. Why? I don't know if I've seen you in the SandBox before, so welcome. Yes, today I'm still trying this new thing where I do my news live streams on Sunday, but then during the week I might do a live stream that's dedicated to a theme. And there were so many stories in the news about trans folks. but to be more specific, trans women, that it needed its own stream because there's just so much to go over. Yeah. Got cat hair on my tongue suddenly. Anyway. Oh, and hello, Kilskun 7? I know I've seen your name before, but for some reason I suddenly I have no fucking idea how to say it. Oh. I was thinking it was you, Carrie Woods. I was thinking it was you. Welcome. It's so, it's like I can't recognize you if you change your name. Or if YouTube changes your name. Ugh, YouTube. I have my issues with YouTube right now. But, you know, it is what it is. Ah. Oh, I think I got it this time. Okay. Not that any of you needed to see that. Anyway, yes. There were a lot of news stories in the past couple weeks about trans women. Because throughout all of these stories, you're not going to see it center around a trans man, except I think the last one is very tragic. But it's definitely an attack on trans women, from Alberta to the United States to the UK. There's some good news, bad news, crazy news, all of the above. I learned about a court case in the UK. I read up on it about Sandy Peggy. Interesting read. We're going to do the Wikipedia version for Cole's notes. I was hoping that I could get somebody else on the stream with me, but I have no idea how to contact No Justice. I was hoping to get No Justice on. It is rather, so it's Kill Sickon. Kill Sickon. You know, I'm not going to remember that. I'll try. Like, I know me. Kill Sickon. Kill Sickon. I will try. Carrie just found out that they could change it, so they did. Good to know. Yes, I was hoping that I could get somebody else on the stream to go over this with me. Because, you know, sometimes people don't just want to hear me talk for like 6 hours straight. Oh my God. The last 2 news live streams have been that long. I don't know how you guys put up with me. That's like almost an entire work day of me just like about the news. It's like, am I that interesting? I'd like to think so, but I don't know. But yeah. My wrist is doing better. For those of you who know that my wrist has been injured with a slip and fall from somebody who did not salt their sidewalk. Got a severe sprung in it. That type of thing. I thought it was broken. It was so painful. So my last news live stream, I was wearing I had to get a brace. So I was wearing that in the last news live stream. But that's because it was in this very funny phase of healing. So shortly after this happened, I didn't wear the brace on stream because I didn't need to, because my wrist was in so much pain I couldn't move it. But then last news live stream, I had to wear it because it got to that funny place where I got some movement in my wrist, but if I moved it too far, then it would really, really hurt. And so I had to wear the brace to just kind of keep it in line, because I tend to, you know, talk with my hands when I'm doing this. And so I would throw my wrist down into a position that hurt. So I had to have the brace on just so that it wouldn't move that much while I was talking. It is doing better now. Like, it still hurts, but I have much more movement in it without it like really hurting. So I'm going to try to do this stream without it, but I do find my wrist is just tired too, because the strength in it is not good, and I was doing other chores and stuff today. So we'll see how it goes. So yeah, be nice if the person could reimburse me for the brace that I had to buy, but He doesn't believe me, even though he should have it on camera. But anyway, well, I hope you're okay, Carrie. I try to fall in such a way that I won't injure my hands or wrists because of my artwork. But this one happened so fast, I was on the ground before I even realized what happened. It was so fast that I landed. But yeah, I'm just trying to fill in some time while we're waiting for people to come in. I'm so pissed off with YouTube right now because I have to actually like switch over in order to see if what my viewer count is, because it used to be beside the preview window and it's not beside the preview window anymore, and I don't know how to get it beside the preview window. I'm just really pissed off with YouTube. Hello, Ethan Dark. Yeah, but yeah, super annoyed with YouTube for changing my setup on me without my permission. Yes, they should pay for it, Carrie. They should. I might have to escalate. There were witnesses, but I was in such a state of shock at the time, I didn't get their names. So I'm trying to find some random dog walkers in the neighborhood to be like, hey, you remember me from like a month ago almost? Because it happened on December 1st. I put some signs up, but they're teeny tiny, so I figure I might have to put up bigger signs. Because dog walkers, well, they do it daily, don't they? They might change up their routines or something, but yeah. Because the guy said that if I could get the witnesses, then maybe, yeah, sure. But I'm also going to see about reporting him to the city now. It's a bit, I'm a bit conflicted with it. Like, yes, it's his fault, but he was out of the country at the time. And so he had somebody shoveling his sidewalk who apparently didn't do a great job. Well, they shoveled it. The snow was shoveled. The ice was not salted. So it's not going to be the person who owns this home, who can afford to be out of country, who's really, has a couple trucks and they can afford it because it was a $40 brace. Like, they can afford it. It's not going to be him that pays. He's going to demand it of the person who actually, the worker he hired to do that. And I'm like, I don't want the worker to have to. Like, he might pay for the $40 brace, but my doctor also recommended physiotherapy. True, disability will probably cover it if I wait 6 to 8 or maybe 9 months, which by that point it really doesn't matter. But my doctor also says that it should heal. It's just, it'll take time, and the physiotherapy would help it go much faster. Anyway, let me know. Oh, I haven't started to record this stream yet. Boom. There we go. Not the beginning part was that important anyway. I've just been rambling. Can I get a thumbs up if this is audio and visuals all okay with all the updates and stuff like that? I'm never too sure. Somebody said that the audio was quiet last week, so I'm hoping that by getting up all nice and cozy with the mic, that it's a bit better this week or today. But yeah, I don't know if they would have home insurance paying it out. It's hard to say. Like, so it happened around 9 o'clock at night. And then when I got back to my place, a neighbor friend, took me to the pharmacy to get the brace. So the receipt has the time on it. And then the next morning, the pain was so bad, it woke me up. And that's when I got in there, friend too. It's like, so I need to go to the emerge, I need to go to the hospital, see if it's broken, because I thought it was, because the next morning I could not move it. It was so painful. And so I have text messages and everything from the hospital that I could show. Plus, on the way to the pharmacy, we stopped by that house so I could take pictures of the ice patch. So I would say that there's enough proof, but yeah. Okay, everyone's saying it sounds good. Okay. It's good. It's good. It's good. Oh, but I'm just hoping to relax and unwind and all. This is I don't know. This is going to be a bit heavy for me, this live stream, talking about all these trans issues. Some that I was just learning about because it blew up all over my Twitter, because I have a lot of trans folks on my Twitter feeds and stuff like that. And so when the UK story blew up, it was like splattered all over my Twitter. I'm like, I have no idea anything about this story, so I had to do the Wikipedia version. That's why I was really hoping I could get Helena on, but like I said, I have no idea how to reach her from No Justice. Both her and Kevin Logan are streaming now, so maybe they raided me on Sunday, both of them. But a lot of YouTubers who do the raid, they once they're done their stream, they just kind of go away. They don't actually listen to the next stream to see if they're acknowledged. I do, because I like hearing my name. So if I raid another channel, I will tune in to be like, did you acknowledge me? But yeah, who knows? Who knows? It would have been nice. It would have been nice, because there's stories from Canada, UK, and the US. But the story about from Canada is not too long, because it's just a continuation of all the shit happening in Alberta, and the fact that, you know, they stayed up late in the middle of the night to pass the notwithstanding clause to make sure that a handful of trans kids don't have rights. But we knew that was going to happen, because she said she was going to do it. And she followed through on that. It's funny, you know, the stories or the things, the policies that the conservatives follow through on. Not the things that actually improve the lives of people, but actually like strip away the rights of a small group of people so that they can try to distract from all the privatization of healthcare and education and the quality of life deteriorating in their provinces. Hello, John Glad. Let's see, I have to move. That's the thing. I have to move back and forth here now. And it used to, like, as somebody who does these streams solo, the less that I have to pay attention to this screen over here that I'm pointing to that you can't see, where I have my OBS and the YouTube studio, the better. Because I'm all over the place. It's hard for me to remember everything that I need to do. And normally I just have the OBS up front because I have to change through the scenes so that it looks nice and pretty for y'all. And that's where I put up all the graphics and all that sort of stuff, is through the OBS. So that's on top of the YouTube studio. And then I could just see the numbers and stuff off to the side that I wanted to, and it's not there now. I can do a pop-out window, but the last thing I need when I'm doing my live streams is another tab open, because I already have a bazillion tabs open. So yeah, doing these solo, fun. But yeah, I still gotta be careful because I adjust myself in the seat a lot, and I usually put my hands down like this on the arms of the chair and push myself up. That will hurt. That will definitely hurt if I do that. But I also get distracted now because the preview screen is over enough that I can see movement when I'm not planning on seeing movement, and it bugs me. Oh well. Oh well, what can you do? What can you do? Anyway, so I suppose we can just get into it, as opposed to me just rambling nonstop for the next, who knows? Because it's already been like, well, I don't know, 20 minutes or so since I've been doing this. I don't know, since I started live stream, because I didn't start recording right away, so it's not all lined up. ADHD. Trying a live stream with ADHD. That was a choice. That was a choice, yeah. Getting into this line of work, that was definitely a choice. But if I hadn't gotten into this line of work, I might not have rediscovered my talent for art, which is big for me. I might have still written the book, but the art meant a lot to me. Learning, see the drawing? I got it in a better frame. Somebody got me a better frame. And so you can see it a bit better now, I think. but it's hard to have pictures up behind me because of the, it's not glass, it's like a plexiglass, but it's reflective. And so if it's up too high, you get the glare of the light right over the drawing. But yeah, I'm glad it was my left wrist and not my right wrist that was injured. What the fuck am I doing? I should probably just get to the news, huh? Because I don't like these live streams to be so terribly long. I don't know why I'm distracting myself from it, it feels like, and I don't know why. If that makes any sense. It's like I'm having an anxiety attack, like a under the surface anxiety attack, and I don't know why. Anyway, buy my book. Right now on the KNAP, it's like the book reader thing that Amazon has. It shows you how many pages are read from people who have downloaded the ebook because it's part of, Amazon's package. If you have the certain upgraded version, you can get the book for free. And then depending on how many pages are read, you can get money for that and stuff. So it tells you how many pages are read. Well, somebody read 2 pages. I got a penny. American, so that's like $10 Canadian. But it's so sad to see. It's like, oh, 2 pages of the book have been read. And that was a while ago. So they just read the first 2 pages and be like, nope, this is shit. And ended it. Like, that's it. Just like, nope. Read 2 pages. We're done. We don't need to read any. It's like, at least give it the first chapter. Like, don't you usually go through the first chapter before you decide if the book is worth reading? It's not like the first chapter is all that long, even. And then showing it's like you got a penny from it. It's like it's better off just making nothing at that point. But those 2 pages, that's like a 200% increase in pages read since the last 5 months. Nobody's reading the ebook version. I sell physical copies here, like in person sometimes. I don't know, last month I think I only sold 4 books. Working on it. And then, yeah, holiday season's coming up, so I'll still be doing live streams through it because I don't exactly travel or go on vacation during the holidays. And people might get lonely because a lot of our regular programming tends to go away. I won't. I'll still be here. Hello, Germ. But let's do one last distraction thing before we get started. Just something a little fun. Because I'm seeing some names in here that weren't in here last time. And so it's fun to go over this. But I'm sure everyone in the SandBox knows who the letter hack is. And he had a birthday challenge to make art of him and other people from this space. And specifically, he wanted me to do something. And so I'm like, okay, I'll attempt a comic. I will do a comic strip. And so I did a 3-page comic strip. And so I don't have any fancy programs, though. I just have like some generic Photoshop that I got. And so I don't have like an Illustrator or anything to make it look really good. So literally what I would do is I started off with this. I had to hand draw them. And then when I inked it, it's not like the fancy way you see the letter hack inking it with like his e-pen and stuff like that. No, I had to ink it. Like I had to actually use like ink. And then I did it this way. So I had to put in like speaking bubbles and stuff like that and try to just guess how big they should be so that I could add the print and stuff in later. But here we go. Boom. So this is what it looks like after I filled it in with stuff. So it started like this. And then the comic is, right-wing trolls have taken over the internet. They're stealing art and replacing it with AI slop. It's time to light the signal. Have things really gotten that bad? They have. We need the letter hack. Is he on the Signal app? He is. And see, there's a little telephone there because it's an app like on a telephone. And you get the letter hack and the search thing. But of course, Batman would be number one, and Superman, Sam Cedar with a little posit, Antifa, because of course Antifa would be on the Signal app, and Asteroid because sometimes you just want to end it all. You just want to end it all. And then the second page. So yeah, instead of an actual fancy spotlight, the cell phone. It's the app does it, and this is what the page looked like before putting it into the Photoshop thingy. So you see the signal, and that's like a headphones and a mic, and it said his weapon is a pencil, or whatever program he happens to get a discount on. He's the quickest draw in all the land, capable of mocking the enemy in mere minutes. And that was the Anna Asparagus drawing he did. You see, I did a double entendre there. The quickest draw in all the land, because that's like a Western phrase for shooting people with guns. He can reactivate the joy in the most dispirited person. So I put the drawing of me because I was that dispirited person that had lost the joy of art. But that's a really horrible picture to represent it in actuality. But I didn't know what other picture to put that people might get enough context from. Because I thought, oh, I could put a picture of Sam Cedar, but then they might be thinking that the dispirited person was Sam Cedar. So I'm like, I'll stick with that. His dad jokes cause people to facepalm themselves unconscious. And then the last one, which looked like this. And you notice like on here, that's empty below there, but it's filled in there because I copied and pasted it from the first one, that strip of the ledge of the roof, so that I wouldn't have to redraw it on each page. And so it's used a couple times from the first page. We need him, but will he come? He has to. On the left, as opposed to saying on your left, like, you know, Captain America said to Sam from, you know, the Captain America movies, not Sam Cedar, but like Sam, because I don't think Sam Cedar goes jogging. But Sam from the Falcon from the Winter Soldier, and he's, you know, as Captain America's passing him, he says on the left. On your left, and then it's also in the big finale Endgame movie. But anyway, I thought I'd just change one word and then have it more political by saying on the left. And he's like, hey, and I'm like, honestly, I was expecting something more MCU. And he says, fascists destroy art because they fear it pencils up. Keep creating. Art is how we defeat evil. And there was going to be like more stuff at the end of that, but I'm like, I've done it. I've had it. There's enough. There's enough. Let's see, just showing. So, Carrie, I have issues staring at a screen for reading, so I'll have to pick up a book. Yeah. I prefer to have the physical copy. Then you never have to worry about it like being deleted off of your computer. Of course, you could wreck the book, but that's I like having the physical copy so you can read it wherever you want. Ethan Dark, I have the physical copy. It is still on my reading list. Your interview with Tony put me on to reading Donut Economics. Huh? You'll have to let me know how it is. Anyway, why don't we actually get into the theme of this live stream now that I have 10 people watching? One of these days, there's going to be another digit added to that. And I'm regularly going to have like 100 people watching. But YouTube has been really cruel to me in the algorithms lately. Like my last few videos that I posted, the interviews, have done shit. Like they've just nothing. So like it was never great to begin with, my engagement, but it's completely bottomed out. So I'll need all of you to like this, share it, that sort of stuff. Eventually we'll get there where I get like over 100 people watching. I think that's only happened twice when I got raided by 3 different channels in one stream and when Mike Figueredo was on. I think that's it. That's it. Anyway, let's get into it. So, as I was saying at the beginning, before I started rambling about everything, there were a lot of stories in the last couple weeks in the news about trans folks, more specifically trans women, but like transgender stories. A lot about rights being taken away from trans women, women being denied entry into women's spaces, trans women being denied entry to women's spaces. There was a court case in the UK about it. There was some stuff in the States with that one college student writing that shit essay. Like, there was a lot of stories. And then those were just like the court case and the college student were the two big ones. But then there were also like all these little ones under the radar. And so I thought, instead of trying to add it to my news live stream, I'm just going to make a stream specifically about these stories because there's so many to go over. And so we're going to start with Canada. So, hey, don't move when I don't move you. So here we have Courtney saying, interesting to hear Danielle Smith refer to the removal of explicit books from schools and libraries as a ban. You know, conservatives, how much they hate book bans. Her word, after the government insisted it wasn't a ban. Now keep in mind, the book she wants banned will target specifically LGBTQ plus folks. And Carla here is just saying, why do these old straight cis people get to decide what happens in trans lives? Leave us alone. Let the doctors determine the best care for trans life. Watching them applaud fascism is disgusting.
As Premier, I want to assure every parent and grandparent here today that under no circumstances will we back down from defending Alberta's children. And that means banning graphic sexual images from our school libraries, full stop.
You know what? Graphic sexual images were already banned in a lot of like school libraries. Like they're just talking about educational material. Like anything sex related should be banned. And this was determined by people like her, not by the educators, not by health professionals, none of that. Just by her and some parents that were anal about it. Parents who don't want to have their children learn anything about sex. And all of those parents need to have their hard drives checked. I'm very suspicious about parents who are afraid of their children learning about sex ed. I'm very suspicious about them because it's usually because they don't want them to know. The number one abuser of children are their parents or other family members.
And it also means using the Charter's notwithstanding clause to protect our children by restricting puberty blockers for minors and prohibiting gender reassignment surgery until the child reaches adulthood.
Yes, the notwithstanding clause here in Canada. I really wish that wasn't included in the Charter. Yeah, using the notwithstanding clause to target a small group of people within the province is disgusting. And to ban puberty blockers, something that has been proven to be safe. It's been around for decades. It's safe. There's no surgeries happening under the age of 18, other than some very rare top surgeries. There are more cosmetic surgeries done on cis children than there are on trans children. And bottom surgery is an absolute no at that age. It's all just fear-mongering. It's all about, getting people to focus on this as opposed to all of the healthcare privatization that's going on in Alberta, to distract from the fact that their school system is completely collapsing, that the cost of living is exploding, that all the things that the province is responsible for is going to hell. It's to distract from that by targeting a very small, vulnerable group of people.
Surgery until a child reaches adult puberty blockers for minors, and prohibiting gender reassignment surgery until a child reaches adulthood.
So that doesn't happen, but they needed to use the notwithstanding clause on it. And all these people who have no fucking idea what she's talking about, they don't know anything about this other than the fear-mongering talking points she's told them. Standing there applauding like, yay, no more surgeries that weren't happening in the first place. Yay! And here is one of the conservative MLAs just talking about the use of the notwithstanding clause, because this is like the 4th time it's been used in Alberta, all for very shitty reasons, because generally speaking, the notwithstanding clause is only used for shitty reasons, like forcing workers back to work when they're on strike, stripping away rights from trans children, because this isn't even the first province that has used that clause to do that. Saskatchewan. Scott Moe has done that to force teachers to out their students to their parents if their students don't feel safe coming out at home. So it's either the teacher has to misgender the student or out the student. And if the student isn't telling their parents, there's a reason. They don't feel safe doing it. So you're going to take a space where they would normally feel or would hopefully feel safe in at school and make it that they don't get, you know, the decency, the respect, the humanity there either. So Dan Williams is the MLA saying there's been a lot of discourse in the public square lately about the use of the notwithstanding clause. In the legislature this week, I addressed it directly. Section 33 is constitutional by definition, democratic in practice, and essential to preserving the parliamentary supremacy. That was a choice, using that word. It exists to elect legislators, not activist courts. It exists so elected legislators, not activist courts, resolved hard political questions. That's why its use matters. You see, we have a judiciary that's separate from the legislator because one is supposed to check the other. They're not activist courts. If you don't like what they're saying, it's probably because you're doing something you're not supposed to. And that's the big talking point that Danielle Smith is going through right now, saying all these courts are just activist judges because they're ruling against her because what she's doing is unconstitutional. And so now they're trying to take it away. And just because something is in the Constitution doesn't mean it's good. Like, you can have good things used in bad ways. You know, water, really good. It can clean you. It nourishes you. It helps you stay alive. There's also a thing called waterboarding. So not all good things are always used for good reasons. And quite honestly, I don't even know what good reason Section 33 could be used for. So we're going to watch his entire fucking speech. No, we're not. It's 20 minutes long, just the first couple minutes.
Today to speak in support of Bill 9. And I want particularly to address the conversation coming out of this chamber, the space, the gap between what the members opposite are using as rhetoric and what the average Albertan believes is immense. It is logarithmic in scale, Madam Chair. What they believe is a winning political agenda is...
And this is Bill 9, Protecting Alberta's Children's Statutes Amendment Act 2025. As is it Rolando? Is it short for Rolando? Hello? They're literally Bad Lefty also saying literally putting kids in danger. Yeah. That's what this does, is it puts trans children in particular in danger. It also leads to a lot of cis children being singled out and targeted and harassed if they don't conform to the gender the way that some adults think that they should. In Alberta, They have to get waivers from their parents or guardians, children, girls, stating that they were assigned female at birth, that when they were born, the doctor looked and saw they had a vagina. Because keep in mind, we're going to be talking about this a fair bit through this stream, the whole biological male, biological female bullshit stuff. You're assigned a gender at birth, and all that is determined at that time is what genitalia you have. That is it. That is what is used. There is nothing more. Your chromosomes ain't being checked. You're not being checked for gametes or anything of that sort. It's just the doctor's going to look and be like, do they have a penis or a vagina or something in between? That's it. That is all they're doing. There is nothing scientific about determining a gender at birth. You know, it's not like we're all like all of these people who are saying, like these gender critical people, they're saying, well, the gender you're assigned at birth, that's what it is because it's based on chromosomes and all this sort of thing. I want all of their chromosomes tested because there's well over a dozen combination of chromosomes. It's not just XX and XY. There's a whole bunch of combinations that you can get into that are intersexed. I guarantee you none of them have had their chromosomes tested. So all it is, the gender you're assigned at birth is based on your genitalia and that alone. And sometimes there's a little bit of an in-between because the child is intersex. That's it. That's it. It is just the doctor looks and be like, is it an innie or an outie? That's it. That's it. There's nothing scientific. There's no blood work. There's no biology involved with that. It's the doctor's opinion. That's it.
So far away from average citizens' belief that I think that they will, by the end of at least this session, be running and hiding from their support of this right now. They can speak now in boisterous solidarity and support, but I think when it's all said and done, they will run. I think we have to be honest what we are talking about first and foremost, and this will be a short part of my speech, Madam Chair, but let's be honest. The content we are talking about in Bill 9 and the reason for the invocation of the notwithstanding clause is because young girls are being put under the knife for life-altering surgeries who are.
Cite the source. Give examples of this. You can't because there's none. What example? Like they are just lying. And they're allowed to lie, but if the opposition were to call them a liar, then that would be called out because you're not allowed to call them a liar even though they're blatantly lying. This is just a lie.
Completely healthy. We have young girls as well that are being treated to chemical hormones for irreversible damage to absolutely essential parts of their human dignity, including
Puberty blockers are absolutely reversible. Once you get into the hormones, that can cause changes that can't just be reversed. But do you know what? Puberty does that too. That's just puberty. One puberty or the other. It causes irreversible changes in the body.
Including the ability to have children in the future.
Oh, and I trust me, the doctors, the children, the parents, they're all taking into consideration the reproductive value of the child first. Doctors are usually very keen on that, and they don't like when people want their tubes tied or a vasectomy and stuff like that. Doctors don't tend to like doing those electively, especially if it's a tubal ligation, because it's like they want to pat you on the head and be like, well, you might choose to have babies someday. Have you asked your husband? Is he okay with you doing this? The children, the parents, the guardians, the doctors, they're well aware of everything involved with this, and it's all being taken into consideration. Nothing is happening quickly. A child does not show up to a clinic, say, hey, I think I'm the other gender, and they walk out the other gender. It does not work that way. All of this is being considered by the family. And there are far more trans children that never receive the treatment that they need, that we just never hear about because they don't have supportive families.
Madam Chair, young girls are being told that they don't have the ability to play safely. In a best case scenario, if the members opposite have their way, those young girls simply do not have a safe place to play or to change because they are being outcompeted by biological males in that same space.
Children, if there's a trans girl going through and actually receiving estrogen hormones, hormones for female puberty, there's virtually no difference. Like none. And it's the same with trans boys. If they get the testosterone and stuff during puberty, they get broader shoulders, more muscle mass, all that sort of stuff. Like, if they're being properly treated, there's no difference. Not to mention, again, there's even like fluctuations within a gender, like within a sex. There are going to be some boys that are just smaller, not necessarily as strong, where there might be a lot of girls that are bigger and stronger than him. And, you know, vice versa and all that sort of stuff. Like, there are fluctuations within the population already. And if a child receives the proper hormones for their puberty, that difference is so small compared to what natural differences already exist.
And in a worst case scenario, they are physically injured because we will not address.
Yeah, you know what happens when you play sports as kids? There's the risk of injury. I had a lot of girlfriends in high school who liked to play rugby, and it was like a badge of honor to get a broken collarbone. And that was playing against other girls. But several of them ended up with a broken collarbone. That's the risk you take when playing sports.
The honest to God reality that there are two different sexes that can biologically have different physiological traits.
That is not the honest to God reality, because intersex people exist. And there are differences between male and female. You know, statistically on average, yes, there are differences. But when they, like I said, if they get the proper puberty, those differences, not that big, not that big. And even after going on to hormone treatment as an adult, after a few years, those differences, still not that big.
And when we're talking about young girls, I think we have to be honest with ourselves that this kind of legislation is not only appropriate, but it is essential to protect them. They're among the most vulnerable in our society.
Trans girls are some of the most vulnerable in society. And notice how the entire time it's talking about trans girls, talking about girls, 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 girls. That's all that's on this fucking pervert's mind, is little girls. Alberta did not make legislation for trans boys. They only made it for trans girls. There is no form that parents and guardians need to sign to declare that their son was born with a penis. But they do need to sign a form saying their daughter was born with a vagina. So Faye Johnstone is a trans woman and executive director of Queer Momentum, commenting on this. Transgender youth in Alberta are waking up today with fewer rights than they had yesterday. They are going to school with peers who have more rights than they do. Why? Because last night, in the dead of night, Danielle Smith suspended the charter rights of vulnerable youth. Funny. Which legislation politicians tend to push through, and it's not just conservatives. Liberals are really guilty for doing this too. The ones where they know it's not going to be popular, that they're going to get pushback, they usually have no public debate, no consultation. They fast track it and they push it through late at night when it's less likely to have, protests and things of that sort. They are so eager to do this. Like, this is something that they work, like they go out of their way. They never do this for legislator to help with, people who are unhoused, for, controlling rent, for the cost of living, for healthcare, for education. They never fast track those ones. But when it comes to stripping away the rights of vulnerable people, oh yeah, those ones get fast tracked like overnight, before people are even aware of what's happening. So Faye says, parents of trans kids are waking up fearful for their kids' safety, freedom, healthcare access, and futures in a province where the whole damn government is stomping down on a minority youth. Let us be clear, this isn't about protecting kids or supporting families. Premier Smith has a base to appease, and she's more than happy to sacrifice the well-being of trans kids to keep the far right happy. None of this had to happen, but Premier Smith chose to make a target out of vulnerable youth. We won't let her get away with it. Sign our petition and join our campaign. So I am fairly certain you will need to be in Alberta for this. Well, maybe not. Faye Johnstone isn't. So here, I'll toss that into the SandBox for people. I will not fill it out on screen because you don't need to know my address. So please take a moment to fill that out because this is not okay. Targeting such a small, vulnerable group of kids is not okay. And so a little bit more about the bill that passed. Alberta has passed a bill that invokes Charter's notwithstanding clause the fourth time in under 2 months. One was to force teachers back to work. I can't even remember what the other two were, to be honest. The move protects 3 laws affecting transgender youth from court challenges. So this is a preemptive one. So right now they've passed legislation to strip away the rights of trans children, and they know it's going to be challenged in the court because they know that this is going to violate the rights of these children. So what they do is they pull a notwithstanding clause to say you're not allowed to challenge that in the court. So they're not even waiting for the court ruling. They're saying that no, it's you the court can't even look into it. We don't even want the court to look into it. So yeah, the move protects 3 laws affecting transgender youth from court challenges. School pronoun rules, bans on transgender girls in female sports, and restrictions on gender affirming care for those under 16. Like I said, no surgeries. It is just to target such a small group of people to take the focus away. But there were some protests around it, at least. So trans rights are human rights, you fascist bitch. So luckily there were some protests happening about this, because this is not okay to target children this way. And so here we have Anne Murphy, proud Calgarian community-minded leader, advocate for 2S LGBTQIA+, and women, champion for equality, diversity, and inclusion. She had a good speech here.
Conservative Party. Late last night, Premier Danielle Smith and the United Conservative Party forced through legislation that invokes the notwithstanding clause and overrides the charter rights of transgender.
I just gotta say, though, I absolutely love her style, her glasses, her haircut. So unique and wonderful. I love it.
And gender diverse Albertans. This is an extraordinary and deeply alarming use of power. It's a targeted infringement on the rights of some of the most vulnerable individuals in Canada. This legislation puts lives at risk, and it will cause generational harm, most especially to young people who already are navigating and struggling to survive in a climate of hostility and rising hate. Invoking the notwithstanding clause preemptively to curtail the rights of those who too often are pushed to the margins of marginalization, represents a profound abandonment of the values that built Alberta and define Canada. Transgender and gender-diverse Canadians are our neighbors, our family members, our co-workers, our classmates, and our teammates. Every Canadian deserves to thrive in communities that are safe, welcoming, and affirming. They deserve unwavering confidence that their charter rights will be upheld. And every Canadian deserves to live without fear that any government might one day decide to signal them out for exclusion or erasure. Politicians may invoke the notwithstanding clause, but they cannot extinguish human rights. These rights endure because everyday Canadians stand up to defend them. And in this moment, we must do so again, standing together as neighbors to one another, united in our commitment to protect the safety, dignity, and equality of all who call Canada and Alberta their home. To every transgender and gender-diverse Canadian and Albertan, you are valued, you're loved, and your existence matters. You deserve a province and a country that protects your rights rather than strips them away. We will not stop fighting for you. We will not stop standing up with you. Together, we will get through this.
So luckily there are people standing up for these children, because there will be some out there who will say, well, why don't they just move out of the province? And I've been over that on this channel a lot. You can't just necessarily move. That's a very privileged take, because there could be jobs and family, and if you're relying on disability, you can't just move to a new province and all that sort of stuff, like to absolutely uproot your life because the province decided to take away the rights of the children there. They shouldn't have to move. That's the thing. They shouldn't have to. The province should be respecting and protecting those children. Anyway, let's check the SandBox before we get on to the next docket. Also, just a little teaser for what's coming up. I'm going to go over Bill Maher and Anna Kasparian's little chit-chat. I haven't actually gone over it in full yet, so I'm sure I'm going to get pissy during it, that's for sure. Let's see. I want the American docket up next, I believe. Yeah, this one, yeah. Okay. So let's check the SandBox letter hack. Let me know if you're still in the SandBox and I'll show you something a little fun. Let's see. Bad lefty sex ed keeps kids safer. That they do. Welcome to the SandBox, Soul Life. The chat bans don't cover when you're modding? What? Huh? Bad lefty, how many right-wingers would sign up to do the checks, perverts? Yeah. Letter hack source or STFU? You know, I like to make that a very Canadian phrase and be like, STFU, merci beaucoup. It rhymes, it works, it works. So life is so damn hard not to mock these fools, yeah. Bad lefty, what the doctor doesn't just do it on whim, but Trump says the boy's going to the school a morning and the school nurse sends the little girl home in the afternoon. Oh, if I wish that could happen. I wish that it would just take me like, you know, half a day to change my gender back and forth. I would love that, actually. Bad lefty, my friend broke Tony Blair's son's collarbone. Was that in sports? I would hope so. Hello, MIDI doctors. Orlando wants to put it on a t-shirt. STFU, merci beaucoup. I used that in a video a long time ago, and it works. Oh, rugby, yep. Oh, I guess Letterhack was just bouncing in. Because I guess I should probably email him the originals so that he could see all the work that I had to put into them. These things here. The befores and the afters. Because he would probably like to see that sort of thing. Oh. Okay, making sure that this is the right docket. So we're going to get into the American story next, which is that college student that wrote that really shit-ass essay. It's just... It's not enough to discriminate, like these TERFs and transphobes. It's not enough to just discriminate, but they have to actively try to make people's lives hell. Because this is becoming a bit of a trend in the States in particular, where they'll find trans professionals and do a psyop. Students in particular are doing this to trans teachers, where they'll go in and find a way to challenge the trans teacher for anything, and then if they get a poor mark or they get kicked out of class, they'll cry victim and say, look at what the trans teacher did to me. Oh no, their bias, when the whole thing was their biases and their bigotry coming in. This would not be a news story if it wasn't for the right wing manufacturing hype around it. A student did a pissy essay, got 0 mark. And when you read the essay, you'd be like, yeah, she deserved it because it was shit. Let's get into it because we have a lot to go over. Let's go down here. So, estrogen check just saying this is how they plan on eliminating us by making it impossible for us to have jobs, to speak out, to even access public spaces or travel at all. We're being stripped of our rights to exist the way any other person does. And yes, trans professionals are being targeted in their workplaces, in their jobs, making it like the amount of anxiety trans professionals must have right now in the States, knowing that at any moment a customer or a student or, you know, a colleague of some sort decides to single them out and cry victim over some faux outrage. Because it's not enough to just ban them from spaces. They want to ban them from spaces that have nothing to do with gender. They want them out of public life. That's all there is to it. These transphobes just want trans women out of public life. So Pink News is saying trans graduate assistant Mel Kurth has been removed from her position at the University of Oklahoma after a Christian student complained a failing grade she received by a psychology essay because she cited the Bible rather than empirical evidence was a violation of her right to free speech. You get marked in this. It's not about free speech. You're allowed to say all the fucked up shit you want in the States. But when you are doing a paper, there's certain qualifiers in it that are needed in order to get marks. Because I could then say, here's this blank piece of paper. If you give me a 0, then you're infringing on my free speech because I didn't want to say anything about it. You know, you could really then just write anything you want in these assignments and be like, well, if you give me a bad mark, you're just infringing on my speech. It's like, No, you got to complete the assignment. You got to show that you read and understand the course material. This isn't something where you just get to write a random story essay when you're being graded. It has nothing to do with free speech. I haven't actually... Oh, this is only 17 seconds long. Let's listen. Oh, let's not listen, because there's music. Well, we don't need to watch this because we're getting more into it. So Ari Drennan here is saying she didn't even quote the Bible. It was 100% a vibes-based essay. And so here is a student, or I don't know who this person is. Oh, I guess he's a host of some show and a best-selling author. I've seen so many of those online. They're not. They like the title. Defending the student. He's defending the student who got a failing grade. An OU student just got 0 for pushing back against transgenderism and quoting the Bible. She didn't scream or throw things in class like a liberal would. She wrote an essay as instructed. No, she didn't write an essay as instructed. And what liberals? I see right-wingers, bigots. They're the ones that I see having temper tantrums in public. I don't see somebody who gets misgendered and then have a temper tantrum. I don't see that the other way around. I see a lot of right-wingers, though, all the freaking time, have temper tantrums in public and get violent. Woke professors are silencing students. Our founders are rolling in their graves.
Woke professors are the first to take scripture out of context and quote it incorrectly to support their mental illness, that is transgenderism. But the second that you correctly quote scripture in context and at great length,
we'll get into it, but apparently she didn't even really quote the scripture.
To push back against their woke propaganda, they give you a 0 on an essay. That's what happened.
You're not entitled to a grade. You can have all this free speech you want, but if you don't complete the assignment, you're not entitled to a grade. If your assignment is shit, you get a shit mark on it. That's how it works in schools. You're not entitled, because you have a very strong opinion on something, unless you actually have quotes and things and reasoning to back it up and you can lay it all out for people, which the student did not do, you get a 0. That's how it works. You don't get grades for being some sort of psyop, wanting to target trans teachers by crying victim. There are no grades for victimhood, pretend victimhood in this.
Unfortunately, to a girl in Oklahoma who simply responded to this topic of gender roles to push back against her transgender professor, to push back against this mental illness that's being pushed on her.
What does the assignment about gender roles have anything to do with the teacher? Because he says to push back against her trans teacher. It could have been any teacher with that assignment. So no, they were specifically targeting the teacher. They were specifically targeting her.
America's youth correctly by quoting scripture. This authoritative truth that is believed by literally billions of people on this planet, that wasn't good enough. She didn't get a few points off like somebody would have if they just used ChatGPT. No, she literally got a 0. She did the assignment correctly.
No, she didn't. Does he know what the assignment is, and did he read the paper? Because if you did that objectively, you would say, yeah, no, she didn't deserve a mark.
She didn't pull a liberal stunt and dye her hair blue and grab a nose ring and a bullhorn and stand up in class and protest. No, she correctly.
Why are they so against body piercing and hair dye? Like, if they just insert, blue hair dye with the bleach blondes that they tend to go towards, like bleach blonde and lip filler versus, dyeing hair blue and nose ring.
did the assignment, but I think this speaks to a larger narrative that a lot of people aren't talking about. I'm a college freshman. I've seen this on my campus and I've seen this across the country. So many students, unfortunately, are burdened by this aspect that
they actually have to do work and understand the assignment. It's such a burden.
professors put a literal foot on them and they cannot speak their minds. They can't form an opinion verbally that goes against this authoritative narrative that is propaganda.
No, you're absolutely allowed to form an opinion verbally. But when you're writing an assignment, you have to back it up. You have to.
In education today, we've allowed this form to just take holds basically from the hippie movement, where activists and teachers' clothing have seeped into higher education. And today,
activists and hippie clothing has seeped into what?
To just take holds basically from the hippie movement, where activists and teachers' clothing have seeped into higher education.
Our clothing has seeped into higher education? Is it a fashion college? What kind of clothing is activism clothing? Oh, I guess a keffiyeh and a mask. That, that'd be it. But I don't see too many teachers wearing those, actually. Our clothing has seeped into education.
And today they're trying to control the minds of American youth. But if you speak out against that, if you have any opinion other than that...
Oh, right. So Life says the kid wearing camo. I actually meant to make that comment. Thank you for reading my mind on this. Yes, he's worried about the clothing, the activist clothing being seeped into education while he is wearing the right-wing activist outfit of a baseball cap and faux camo. Like, that's not even a good camo print. It's just some splattering of colors. Thank you, Soul Life, for reminding me that that was actually something I wanted to say to this. While perched in front of his very skinny Christmas tree. Yes, he's wearing the outfit. He's wearing the clothing of an activist, a right-wing activist.
Your professors, an automatic 0. That can't be the standard. Our founders, the ones that wrote the Declaration of Independence to make our nation a Christian nation, the Pilgrims that settled this country to flee religious persecution, would be rolling over in their grave at this. We got to do better.
Yeah, they were also fleeing being under a monarchy, and how well is that turning out for them, because Trump is pretty much the new king. Anyway, so Pedro Gonzalez here is saying this is the dumbest fake controversy created by the new right, talking about a student getting a bad grade for bad paper as if it were a national emergency while Americans deal with an affordability crisis that the White House denies even exists. Manufacturing has contracted for 9 months straight because of tariffs. 32,000 private sector jobs lost last month, but this story is the most important battle going on now. It's hard to think of a more unserious, out-of-touch political movement. Yeah. There are people that are unhoused, that don't have health care, that are struggling to get groceries and the basic necessities of life. Yet here's one of the biggest news networks in America taking time to listen to a college student whine she didn't get a good mark. It doesn't feel like how is this relevant to people's well-being, to their material conditions? Like how does listening to her whine and complain benefit the general public? It doesn't. She's just a big adult baby.
I am saddened that they're offended by the truth of the gospel and the truth that I wrote about in my assignment, and it saddens me to see that.
Yeah, Oklahoma student accuses prof of religious discrimination over 0 on paper citing Bible. We'll get into it.
That offends them and upsets them the way it did. Jesus is always worth standing up for, and I just encourage those people that are dealing with something similar to push back against that kind of behavior. I would rather have my integrity.
What's with all these cuts in this news segment? It's weird.
And give my true opinion and get a 0 on an assignment than have to lie about what I really believe.
Okay, so here she is saying, no, I would rather get a 0 on this assignment than lie about what I believe. Then why are you whining about it? You know, if you're taking a principled stand, then why are you crying? You should be owning it. It's like, no, I got that 0 because of my stand, not, oh no, they were persecuting me. Ah. No, if this was your principled stand, then why are you going on this news circuit just whining and crying you got 0 on it?
If she gets a 100 because she knows why she believes.
We don't need to listen to them. Oh, don't worry, Kilskin. We'll hear it. We'll get to the paper. That somebody just pointing out, like, imagine writing an essay so bad that hundreds of your classmates show up to protest to say you deserve a failing grade. Yeah, so there was actually a protest underway at the University of Oklahoma rallying in support of the instructor who was put on leave after giving a student a 0 on a psychology paper. So luckily, lots of students came out to support this professor. This would be so embarrassing. Having all these people come out because you did such a shit job on your essay that they're like protesting and stuff. Like, you could have just let it go. You could have had the pride that you got your 0 instead of lying about your beliefs, whatever that means for this assignment, and gone away with your dignity. But now the entire fucking country knows you're a moron. Not just the entire country. I'm in Canada, and I know she's so moronic, I know.
Protect our professors! Protect our professors! Protect our professors!
So there's also a Wikipedia article on it if people want some more information, but instead there's also this, which is really good. So this is from Rebecca Watson. She did a video on it. It's a really good video. I recommend you go watch the whole thing, but we are going to go to the part where she actually reads out the paper. But yeah, go check out, I'll put the link of this into the SandBox. Everyone go and follow and subscribe to Rebecca's channel. She does great work, but she covered this, comparing it to some other controversies that happened before, but she also reads the paper.
Surprised I was when I learned that the essay has been published in full by the university's Turning Points USA chapter in defense. Assignment to me sounds like a CG stay on the team. Fun side story. I went to Boston University where we had an entire college for people like that. It was called the College of General Studies, and it was a 2-year program that students could attend if they were rejected by one of the other colleges in the university. They would have to pay the full cost of admission, $35,000 to $40,000 a year at that time. Yes, they could then around a little thing that popped into my head. So yeah, this assignment to me sounds like a CGS situation, but to Fulnecki and possibly her proud MAGA mother, it sounded like an opportunity to capitalize upon the right wing's transphobic grift machine. So instead of writing about the study in question, possibly discussing its design flaws or what it might tell us about the effects of childhood bullying, Fulnecki instead wrote about how God made men and women different, and that's good, and bullying is good because it keeps people in line, and anyone who thinks otherwise is cowardly, insincere, and demonic.
Yeah, so during this little news tour that this student took, it wasn't about like, here's what the essay said, and here were all the points in my essay backing up what I was saying. Like, here's me deconstructing why my argument was correct and right and all that sort of stuff. You never heard that because it doesn't exist in this paper.
Yes, in those words. I really shouldn't be surprised at the self-own that happened here, considering that the Texas A&M student posted her own video of her sounding like a drooling moron. But surprised I was when I learned that the essay has been published in full by the university's Turning Points USA chapter in defense of full necky. As a reminder, Turning Points USA is the organization started by Charlie Kirk, the Nazi who gave his life to the Second Amendment back in September. This article was very thought-provoking and caused me to thoroughly evaluate the idea of gender and the role it plays in our society, Fulnecki began. Her thorough evaluation? Well, God made male and female and made us differently from each other on purpose and for a purpose. God is very intentional with what he makes, and I believe trying to change that would only do more harm. Gender roles and tendencies should not be considered stereotypes. Women naturally want to do womanly things because God created us with those womanly desires in our hearts. The same goes for men. God created men and
Are you actually going to cite the scripture for this, or are you just telling us what you think God intended for us?
the image of his courage and strength, and he created women in the image of his beauty. He intentionally created women differently than men, and we should live our lives with that in mind. She then moves on to insulting everyone who disagrees with her. It is frustrating to me when I read articles like this and discussion posts from my classmates of so many people trying to conform to the same mundane opinion so they do not step on people's toes. I think that is a cowardly and insincere way to live. It is important to use the freedom of speech we have been given in this country, and I personally believe that eliminating gender in our society would be detrimental as it pulls us farther from God's original plan for humans. Now, I have no idea what freedom of speech has to do with her personal belief that eliminating gender would be detrimental, but I'm assuming she just really wanted to slip that in so we wouldn't notice that her entire motivation here is to inhibit trans people's freedom of speech. Very clever. Nobody noticed. She then takes a short detour to reassure any readers who think that it's bad for women to be considered second-class citizens to men. She gives her interpretation of the Hebrew word in the Bible that is used to identify Eve as Adam's helper and recontextualizes it to be a positive thing. What does this have to do with a psychological study on children bullying each other? Well, you see, she was asked to write 650 words about that study, and her first draft was just under 500, so shut up. Coming down the home stretch, we get to my favorite part. Every sentence of this is a masterpiece. I do not think men and women are pressured to be more masculine or feminine, she writes, forgetting the entire point of the study she is meant to be commenting upon, which was entirely about boys and girls being pressured to be more masculine or feminine. I strongly disagree with the idea from the article that encourages acceptance of diverse gender expressions could improve students' confidence, she says, failing to cite any research that supports this fantasy. And then the piece de resistance. Society pushing the lie that there are multiple genders and everyone should be whatever they want to be is demonic and severely harms American youth.
Still not quoting anything, just giving her opinion.
I mean, what do you even say to that? There's the awkward sentence structure, sure. There's the demonic insult, yes. But the lie that there are multiple genders, before I got to this part, I was wondering how this person passed a high school English class. But now I don't even get how she passed like numbers, like first grade numbers. Is numbers a class at University of Oklahoma for student athletes where you just count things like 4 duckies, 1 peanut, some candies, a few blankets, multiple genders? Anyway, she concludes by saying that the scientific understanding of trans and non-binary people is lies being spread from Satan, which is not even how you would write that if you were an adult, but whatever. This is trash. This essay is abject garbage, and it was perfectly fair for the professor to give it 0 points. In fact, personally, I think it was very kind of that professor to give it 0 points, because if I were grading the essay, I would have given it negative points. I would have removed points from her grade in other classes. I would have set up a napping corner in my classroom with some blocks and stuffed animals and made Fulnecki attend class from that corner until she could prove she's functionally literate. But again, That does not matter. Don't be the guy that tries to argue that, well, oh, technically she did cite one work, the Bible, which does technically fulfill the professor's posted grading structure. No, stop. You are falling for the propaganda. This student is a fucking bigot. Her mom is a completely unhinged psycho. They have one goal, and it's getting famous by abusing trans people.
Yeah. So I think if we go back to the beginning, it'll tell us exactly what the, or is it, it will be on the, maybe the, sorry, what the assignment was asking. So, Fulnicki was enrolled in a psychology class entitled Lifespan Development, in which students were assigned to write a 650-word essay responding to a research paper. The paper, Relations Among Gender, Typically Peer Relations and Mental Health During Early Adolescence, is a study about the effects of gender norms on the mental health of middle schoolers. The course instructor gave Fulnicki a failing grade of 0 out of 25. Yeah. After hearing that essay, would you have understood that it came from this? That it was connected to this? That the assignment was asking anything to do with this? Like, by hearing it in reverse, can you connect them? Mm-mm. But they would much rather, you know, see this teacher lose her livelihood, possibly be put in danger from all the bigots around targeting her, the threats, the harassment. Luckily, we saw the video. There's lots of students around there supporting the teacher. Hopefully she can get her job back for like wrongful dismissal. Not, but we are talking about the United States. You are allowed to fire people a hell of a lot more easily there than, let's say, in places like Canada. And this is not the first time this sort of thing has happened. There was another student who took like an undercover camera into a class and then got the teacher to talk about non-binary or trans folks, and the student was trying to push back saying that goes against my religious beliefs. Well, then get the fuck out of class. Like, if having an education rubs up against your religious beliefs, then maybe you shouldn't be in college or university. Just go back to your church, find some man who will put up with you, and have all the babies you want. Do that. Do that. Do that life that you tell everyone we should have. Go do that. Get out of the college and university, find your dream boat, and go have that life you envision is so great. And then check back with me in 20 years and let me know how that's going for you. Anyway, let's check the SandBox. Okay. So Life Mike from the Humanist Report covered Project 2025 a few times. I remember him mentioning the goal was to ban all LGBTQ plus in public, ultimately as a crime against children. Yeah, it's type of genocide to remove them from public life. Ethnic cleansing. They just want to erase the population. That's it. Okay, saw that. You got to see the paper Kilskin. So, Life, I wouldn't be surprised if this was part of a larger right-wing op, like the gay wedding cake BS that turned out to be manufactured. Yeah, if you go back and watch Rebecca's whole video on it, the student's mother is a right-wing hack and was basically trying, I think, to impose her will in life and live vicariously through her daughter. It's a sad situation. Like, to grow up in a house that indoctrinating to me is abusive, but once you become an adult and hopefully you have the ability to think critically, it's on you. So you could take the pushback that you're getting, all the students saying, no, you deserve the failing mark, and, do some inflection or reflection, introspection. That's the word. Do some introspection. Try to figure out, like, if I got a 0 and all these other students think that's right, and all these other academics, and it's such a big deal that I'm going on to Fox News to talk about it. Is there some merit to it? She doesn't watch it regularly. Well, I think she might have stopped watching it completely, Soul Life, after the Plattner stuff. Rebecca Watson not watching Majority Report anymore. I saw her video on it. And she did point out something that made a lot of sense, in that you might not have known what it was when you got it, but it's one of the things that once you become familiar with it, you start seeing it more. So it's like, I got this wonderful, unique shirt, and now that I have it, now that it's in my mind, I'm seeing like, oh no, actually it's not that unique. Like 12 different people today I saw wearing it. Once it becomes personal to you, you recognize it. And so somebody like me who's not familiar with the symbol, because there's that clip of, are we the baddies, with that skull on it, it never registered to me. But if I had gotten a tattoo of that skull and then saw that, it probably would have clicked. So I do see her point on that. But I have my whole video about my thoughts on Graham Plattner. And I was just pointing out that it is indeed possible for somebody to not know and to go many years without knowing. Speaking as somebody who is autistic and ADHD and all that sort of stuff, it is easy to, like for me anyway, it's easy to go years without knowing what it is. But the thing is that we don't know. And we only get to see a partial image of who Graham is. We don't know him. We don't know the history specifically. He's going to be on with I'm forgetting his name from the Majority Report behind the camera. He's going to be going on his show Left Reckoning tomorrow, so they'll probably be talking about it. But Rebecca was making more commentary, like, even if he didn't know the way that he was trying to cover it up and all this sort of stuff, he's not a good candidate based on all these things and whatnot. And it's like, we then fall into the trap of, okay, fine, he's not a great candidate. So who else? Like, if anyone else steps up to the plate and has a chance of winning and has none of Graham's baggage, great. But that's very unlikely to happen. So you have your options. They're in front of you. You have to pick which one you feel is best based on limited information of who these individuals really are. Hello, Manope. People talking about ribs. I have such a hard time believing anyone can believe the Bible is real. Like, the amount of suspended disbelief you have to believe that, oh no, a woman was just created by the rib of a man, which kind of proves that transgenderism is possible. Because technically, wouldn't that rib be full of male DNA? And then poof, it transforms into a woman? So that would prove that God intended for people to be able to be trans. That's my theory anyway. God, that by taking a rib from Adam to make Eve, God is saying, no, it's entirely possible for male to become female. Hello, Looney Tunes. So life, and she's defending religion inaccurately. FFS, God made Adam, not Adam and Eve. Adam made Eve. That's the whole damn point. I thought it was God made Eve from the... I don't know. I don't care. Because I shouldn't have to live under the rules of somebody else's religion. And if somebody else's religion is bigoted towards trans folks, well, that should stay in their own house, not be imposed on me or anyone else. Let's see, jumped. Bad Lefty with the mind blown. Yeah, God did transgenderism. Praise the Lord. Like when I hear Adam and Eve, it's like, well, no, he took a part of Adam, which would have been all biologically male, all in the DNA and the chromosomes, and he took it out and poof, made that rib into a woman, which kind of proves that the male, biological male, has the ability to turn into a woman as per God. And next we're getting into some UK story stuff. So we have some UK story stuff. And then after that, we have some kind of like one-off stories from the UK and the US primarily. And then we'll get into a docket about, there will be the one with Anna Kasparian talking to Bill Maher about this, as well as, all this fear around trans folks, but the real predators are being ignored, which would probably need some content warnings on that one. Let's see. Okay. Yep. No, that would go. So it'll be Peggy versus NHS Fife when we get back to the dockets. Bad Lefty UK, this can't be good news. Oh, actually, it's a little bit of a mix because the way that this court ruled, the trans nurse was vindicated. I wish I could find like a nice concise video on it, but we're going to have to go over the Wikipedia page, and then there's some other little like clips and stuff that I have on it. Because I had to learn about this because it kind of just blew up all over my Twitter, because I follow, like, I'm in trans Twitter. I'm in the transverse. Actually, I am. Somebody gifted me a membership to the Transverse. It's a YouTube channel that I stumbled across from a few trans women who... They don't actually talk about politics. They just talk about being trans and their experiences, and they answer questions that people might have about being trans or wondering if they are trans, and how to go about figuring things out and stuff. So it's a nice channel to maybe just take a little bit of a step away from the politics and just learn more about the trans experience. So I recommend people go check out that YouTube channel. Let me just quickly find it, actually. YouTube. Yeah, somebody just recently got me a membership to that channel. I've been getting a lot of gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, here we go. So this is it here. Oops. Yeah. So I recommend people go check it out. I'll toss the link into the gotta remember the order that I'm doing these screens in. I'll toss the link into the SandBox. They have a little over 3,000 subscribers, so I'm expecting that to go up by a few. Okay, so we don't need that one. We'll go there. So then we go back to news. Oh, but then I have to change the source. Properties. There we go. That one. Okay. And then I can close this window that you're not even seeing on screen. I'm trying to do window capture versus screen share because normally when you see the news articles, I'm just sharing the screen that's in front of me. But then I run into problems like I'll have a pop-up or I'll roll over some Word documents or Photoshop or something like that, and then you can see some files that I have. Not that I have anything scandalous, but sometimes I just like having a little bit of extra privacy. So sometimes my not public email will pop up on there, and so I don't want people to necessarily see that. So I'm trying to do window capture. It takes a little bit more work to set it up. Like I have to be more conscious of switching the screens over, but it's a little bit more helpful or nicer when I'm doing this. I can relax a bit that some stuff isn't necessarily just going to be thrown up on the screen that I don't want there. Okay, so from the UK, well, Scotland, Peggy versus NHS Fife. So, like I said, I did not know anything about this story, but then all of a sudden I saw it just going insane on Twitter. And of course, since one of the names is Sandy, I was paying attention. Spelt my name wrong, though. It's not my name. Sandy with S-A-N-D-I-E, which is the way most people think it's spelt when I say that's not how you spell it, to S-A-N-D-Y. Yeah, so this blew up all over Twitter for me, and so I had to do a little bit of digging to find out what it was for, because a lot of trans women were feeling very vindicated from this judgment, and it was a nice breath of fresh air for this ruling to happen in some place like Scotland, considering everything that is happening on that side of the pond. So here we have Peggy versus Fife Health Board and Dr. B. Upton. So that is Beth, I believe, who is a trans woman nurse. So it is an employment tribunal case heard in Dundee, Scotland. The formal claim was submitted. Well, we don't need to know that, but there's some nuanced details we don't really need to know. So Peggy alleged sexual harassment, belief discrimination, and victimization under Equality Act of 2010 after she was placed on leave following an incident in which she confronted Upton for being in the women's changing room. The tribunal, whose live stream attracted global audience, heard arguments in February 2025 and July 2025, and so on. So here we have Peggy's lawyers are announcing that they're appealing because the harassment charge against the NHS was upheld, but all the charges against Beth Upton were dismissed because they were bullshit. And it was actually said that Peggy, was harassing Beth Upton. So Peggy said she first saw Dr. Beth Upton in a female changing room in August 2023 and raised the matter in her line manager. She reported that a second incident occurred in late October or November 2023 when Upton walked into a female changing room while she was wearing her bra and work trousers, again following up with the matter with line managers. So she is upset that a trans woman has walked into a woman's change room. Not doing anything wrong, just existing there. Like, just using the change room. Not harassing anyone, not doing anything that would be criminal, just existing. Upton said Peggy compared Upton to using the women's changing room to the presence of transgender rapists. I don't know that person's, how to say that name, Bryson, in a women's prison. The Fife Health Board logged the incident as a hate incident and said that Upton had handled the incident correctly. According to witness, Upton was very shaken, visibly distressed and upset, quite pale and startled following the confrontation. Yeah, being compared to a rapist would be, painful. Following this, Upton reached out to NHS Fife for support and made a report alleging bullying and harassment. Later, Upton added patient safety concerns to the report. Upton said that after she had appeared in a resuscitation cubicle to attend to a patient's serious condition, Peggy, who was with the patient at the time, left and asked Upton to complete her nursing duties. Now, I don't think there was any actual proof to this, but seriously. So it's not just the change room, it's now being in the presence of the trans woman that Peggy is upset about. She can't work on the same patient as Upton. Why? Oh, it's because she's a bigoted transphobe. Peggy, meanwhile, filed a complaint saying that she felt intimidated and embarrassed at sharing a changing room with a trans woman. After the 24 December incident, Peggy was placed on special leave until April. An internal investigation was launched by NHS Fife, which alleged misconduct, failures of patient care, and the misgendering of Upton. The investigation took 9 months, ending in December 2024, with the recommendation for a formal hearing. So in July 2025, Peggy was cleared of all charges in the internal investigation, as NHS Fife stated there was insufficient evidence to support a finding of misconduct. The report concluded that Upton's description of the alleged incident in the resuscitation area would seem unlikely. So the tribunal case at hand. On 3rd January 2025, Peggy filed an employment tribunal case against both NHS Fife and Upton herself, alleging either sexual harassment or harassment related to a protected belief under Equality Act, and alleging that she had been forced to change clothes in front of a transgender woman who Peggy considers to be male. Few things here. Take your fucking religion out of healthcare, please. But this was brought up a few times, and it's like, forced to change clothes in front of a transgender woman. There might be a bit of a cultural difference. I don't know. But on this side of the pond, in a change room, there are often little cubicles or washroom stalls that if you are uncomfortable changing in front of others, like I am, I don't care the gender of the person, I do not like changing in front of others, I go into one of those. I have never entered a change room and been forced to change in front of anyone. So how was Peggy being forced to change in front of Upton? Like, Was it suddenly Upton enters and it's like, oh no, I have no choice to undress in front of you. Yes, there's cubicles over there I could go into, sure, but no, I'm being forced to do it right now. Woo! If you don't feel comfortable undressing in front of a trans woman, then go into the cubicle. But what you're doing is implying that because Upton is a trans woman, that she's a predator. Because you're also implying, for one thing, that Upton is gay. She might not be gay. So would you have the same concern if a lesbian, a cis lesbian, was in the change room? And then would you have no concern if a cis gay man was in the change room because he would have no sexual interest in you? Like, what's the issue here? Is it because you're worried that you're in a change room with somebody who might find your particular gender attractive, sexually attractive, that you feel uncomfortable, that you might be made into a sexual object? Is that your concern? Because then you should be banning lesbians from the change room. No, you're just bigoted towards trans folks. Because you're implying that all trans women are a predator. But as soon as you say that to these transphobes, that so you're just implying that a trans woman in a women's change room is a predator, they'll be like, oh, no, that's not what we're implying. It's just we're saying that, you know, any cis man can come into a change room and stuff. First of all, no, they can't. There's not some sort of magical, like there's a lot of things, but then you're also implying that all cis men are predators, but then you're punishing trans women for the transgressions of cis men. That because a lot of cis men are predators, trans women in their mind are now suspect. So you're punishing trans women for what these cis men are doing. NHS 5 denied that Peggy had been harassed and described naming Upton as a defendant as unnecessary and vexatious. Several gender-critical groups quickly became involved, most notably Sex Matters, and while NHS Fife and Upton requested that the case be heard in private, Judge Anton Tinnen ordered favor of the claimant the case be heard in public. Yes, let's publicly humiliate the trans woman. On 27 January, Employment Judge Sandy Kemp ruled that Peggy and her legal team would be allowed to misgender Upton throughout the tribunal, stating that while it might be cause for anguish for Upton, misgendering someone did not constitute harassment, as it would be viewed unfair to force Peggy and her lawyer to use terms they consider inaccurate. That's a whole lot of bullshit right here. See, in Canada, you actually can't do that because we do have language laws. In court, you would actually have to address people by their preferred gender. Just because that some people have the opinion or consider something to be wrong doesn't make it true, doesn't make it accurate. And all this is like, yes, we understand that this is going to cause pain and suffering to Upton, who has already undergone so much harassment, so much publicity over this. None of this was her choice, by the way. This was all imposed on her because of her bigoted coworker. We're going to continue that while publicizing the trial. We're going to misgender her. So not only are you going to misgender her, which would cause anguish for her, but all the trans folks that are regularly misgendered would feel it in their bones as well every time that happened. It wasn't just about harassing Upton. It was about harassing all trans folks. Like, I just, if you think, you know, would you force them to pronounce somebody's name? Would you allow them to pronounce somebody's name inaccurately if they just felt it should be pronounced that way? Like, can you do that? No. This was specifically to make Upton feel uncomfortable. Because also the judge ruled it that Peggy and her legal team would be allowed to misgender Upton. She didn't have to rule it, but she did. The spokesperson for NHS 5 described this as activism contributing to a climate of hostility and hatred towards trans people. Representation costs we don't really need to go over. Hearing. The 10-day-long hearing began 3rd February. On the second day of evidence, Peggy confirmed calling Upton a man, but stated that she had been unaware that this other person was a rapist, and that she never compared Beth to being a rapist, and that she was instead describing how women must feel with a man in a female prison, and that she had told Upton that it was unacceptable that she was the female changing area. After Upton had started getting changed, Upton denied ever being undressed during the exchange. Peggy acknowledged that her misgendering behavior was considered harassment under NHS 5's diversity guidance, and also admitted to having strong political opinions, including admiration for the United States President Donald Trump. Birds of a feather flock together, as they say. Peggy said that the interaction on 24 December 2023 left her trembling afterwards, and added that everyone sticks up for the minority. The clinical service manager tasked with reviewing Peggy's suspension mentioned that other senior NHS 5 staff members alleged that Peggy had previously been involved in racist incidents in the workplace. We're going to get to those. But that these incidents had never been documented by the NHS. Following elements of Upton's complaining regarding risk to patient care, the tribunal later heard that Peggy had a history of making racist jokes, principally regarding people of Pakistani descent, and including suggesting posting, I don't understand this, posting bacon through doors? Like, do you mean throwing bacon through doors? I don't get this sentence. Including suggesting posting bacon through the doors of a mosque. Peggy defended these incidents as dark humor and acknowledged a history of using racial slurs, but defended it on the grounds that it was not politically correct and that she was brought up like that. Oh, so because you were brought up with like a racist bigot, then that makes it okay. Because you were raised that way, and so it's okay now. Gotta get it. No. It's like, yes, I use racial slurs all the time. That's the way I was brought up. I know it's bad. But these jokes were just dark humor, not a reflection of my internal bigoted views. I don't think it works that way. It does not work that way. Bad Lefty, I know it's because Muslims don't eat pork, but I just don't understand the posted part. Like, throw it? Yeah. Just throw it through? I don't know. NHS 5 lawyer. Okay, we don't need to know about all of the names involved because there's so many. So the Fife lawyer, Jane, alleged that Peggy had delegated jobs which Upton had asked her to do, and in reference to Peggy allegedly leaving a patient in serious condition, Russell said, "Your dislike of Upton was so strong that we refused to work with her to the disadvantage of patients." Peggy denied the claim that said she had left a patient due to Upton's presence, and that she had asked Upton to perform duties that should have been performed by a nurse. Peggy's lawyer, Naomi, chair of Sex Matters, meanwhile questioned the merits of the patient's safety concern due to lack of evidence corroborating Upton's complaint regarding patient care, and the fact that the human resources at NHS 5 did not take the complaint seriously. Let's see. Cunningham further cited that there had been no previous complaints about Peggy, and that a better option would have been to keep them on separate shifts and find Upton a segregated changing room. Yes, the person who is actually being harassed is the one that needs to be moved. It's kind of like in planes. You know, if a woman contacts the flight attendants to say, this man beside me, the stranger, is harassing me, they'll force her to move as opposed to forcing him to move. So because this woman has issues with changing in front of a trans woman who has every right to be there, you have to then segregate and isolate the trans woman as opposed to the bigot. It's the bigot who then maybe should have those special accommodations and you know, be moved and all that sort of stuff if she's the one with the problem. Under cross-examination, Upton answered that she did not believe that she needed to proactively disclose her transgender status to patients as it was personal information. Yes. How often do you, you get care from a nurse or a doctor, but before they start, they say, by the way, I'm a cis male, I'm a cis female, I'm trans woman, I'm a trans man. Just, is that necessary? It's the quality of care that matters. I really don't care what the gender is of the person. It's the quality of care. Like, if cis people don't need to disclose that they're cis, a trans woman shouldn't have to disclose that she's trans. So needed to proactively disclose her transgender status to patients as it was personal information. But that requests to see other physicians would be accommodated. So if somebody realized that she was trans and was offended by that, they could see another physician. Cunningham called this policy cruel to patients who might have previous sexual trauma, and then told the court that Peggy was upset Upton by challenging her presence in female changing rooms in a way that would interrupt what Cunningham called an immersive role play. Ugh. Upton denied this, saying that the majority of her coworkers didn't see her as a man, that she wasn't obviously trans, and that she was just asking to be treated with respect by her colleagues. Having trauma by a cis male has nothing to do with trans women. Cunningham also questioned whether the General Medical Council had falsified public record in allowing Upton to change her first name on official documents. People are allowed to change their names. There's another story about that from the States that we're going to get to, but people change their names all the freaking time. There's nothing wrong with that. So judgment. In December 2025, the tribunal ruled that NHS-5 have committed harassment against Peggy, but dismissed claims of victimization and both direct and indirect discrimination, including all claims against Upton. So, Upton did nothing wrong. NHS-5 was found to have committed harassment against Peggy by failing to revoke Upton's changing room permissions after Peggy complained until the two were put on different rotas, and by not establishing Peggy's impermissible manifestation of her beliefs was the reason for deterrence during the investigation. The judgment said Peggy had harassed Upton. And this is why it was blowing up all over my Twitter. Upton did not harass Peggy by using the female change room, but Peggy was absolutely harassing Upton. That's what the judgment ruled. But since the NHS apparently didn't have Upton go to a different change room or something, that was harassment. Like, it's a weird ruling as far as I'm concerned. But this part is not weird. It's the part against the NHS that I found weird. But here it's, yeah. Having somebody purposely misgender you and make you feel uncomfortable, compare you to people who do sexual assault, who make your life impossible at work, they're the harassers. You simply existing and doing your job is not harassment. On December 11th, 2025, the tribunal issued a certificate of correction replacing quotes. Okay, we don't need that. So the response. According to Pink News, in the days leading up to the tribunal, anti-trans Twitter accounts posted hundreds of times in support of Peggy while misgendering Upton, with many referring to her as thing and mentally unwell. The tribunal was initially listed to take place Okay, we don't care about that so much. NHF file alleged that they received threats of physical and sexual violence towards their staff, required police involvement as a result of the case, and issued statement regarding this, blaming misinformation and criticizing sex matters for attempting to steer public opinion. Gender-critical author J.K. Rowling publicly supported Peggy on several occasions. I'm so shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Shocked that Queen Turf herself got involved in this. Shocked. Absolutely. So shocked I could light a city. Rowling said Peggy was a heroine, in battle against smug management and the class-based imposition of what Rowling called gender identity ideology in the workplace. Response to the judgment. In response to the judgment, Peggy said that she was beyond relief and delighted that the tribunal found my employer, Fife, well, we'll get more into that. Because, you know, it's funny how after the judgment came through, suddenly it was the focus on the one element, you know, how it was ruled in favor of Peggy because of NHF 5. And that became the main story, whereas before, that part of this whole court case was almost never mentioned. But let's get back to this. So somebody had posted, Dr. Beth Upton has emerged with a completely untarnished reputation, whereas Sandy Peggy was revealed to not only be transphobic, but also a vile racist and less than credible witness. That doesn't sound like a win to me. And so people were posting little parts of the judgment here. So Sandy Peggy shared highly offensive messaging and was then untruthful in giving evidence to the tribunal. This is the hero gender-critical campaigners chose. Not shocking to me that somebody who's transphobic would also be a racist. Just saying. So this is part of the ruling here. The third aspect was her evidence given when recalled in relation to a message she had passed on to her group of friends, which related to floods in Pakistan in the most highly offensive terms. She initially described the messages as dark humor. Her evidence later was that the message had been sent to provoke a reaction in broad summary. We did not consider that latter evidence to be credible, given that the content of the message sent in her initial evidence about it. In our view, it was an untruthful attempt to downplay what she had done, which she recognizes having included very offensive material. We consider that it was clear beyond serious argument that the author or authors of the original message considered the remarks humorous, and that the claimant had also considered them humorous, which was why she had passed them on. That was supported, in our view, by her reference to dark humor. So she mocked the victims of a Pakistan flood. These are the jokes that Sandy Peggy told. And this person here is just saying, how would you feel if you were a person of Pakistani heritage being treated in a hospital by this person? And that's before we even got to the transphobic stuff. I'm not going to read these out loud, but they're on the screen for you to read. If let's say these aren't dark humor. These are just flat out racism. Like, it's just racist stuff. I don't even know there's a censored word in there. I don't even know what that word is supposed to be. But yeah, this is just racism. That's all it is. That's all it is. You know, I have dark humor around issues like unaliving yourself because that's an experience that I've been through. Obviously not successful at it, but you know, been there. And I have some dark humor about that. But this on the screen ain't it. This is just racism. It's like what a lot of conservatives and right-wingers do is they'll say something, and then as soon as somebody gets offended by it, they'll be like, oh, it was just a joke. Whereas if nobody had said anything about it, then it was clearly not a joke. It was just racism. Okay, so then we have here more from the judgment. Say it louder for the transphobes in the back. So in our view, having read all the documents, there is very far from sufficient reliable evidence to establish as a fact that a trans woman who is legally and biologically male is a greater risk to any person assigned female at birth within a changing room environment at a workplace than another woman assigned female at birth. So, this judgment is saying trans women aren't a danger in change rooms. So this court ruling can have far wider implications across Scotland because it is stating that there is no evidence to establish trans women being a threat in change rooms. Because cite the cases where that's been the case. Like, is there even one? They will reference that one from a prison, but do they reference all the other sexual assaults that happen in prison from the guards, or if you go into a male prison, from cis males attacking cis males and things of that sort? And they'll just, talk about that one case. But they don't even talk about the cis women violence in prisons. They'll just talk about that one case. But here they're saying that there's no evidence to suggest that a trans woman is any more of a threat than a cis woman in a change room. So this could have much wider implications. So India here is saying, and from what I've gathered from her Twitter feeds is she's an ally. A cis ally. Throughout the repugnant the Sandy Petty Tribunal, British media's sole focus was on the innocent target, Dr. Beth Upton, monstered beyond belief. But because the transphobic racist nurse Peggy set up lies against Beth were dismissed, UK media has now switched topics of lines NHS Fife, who was previously always secondary in coverage. They are desperate to paint the racist as the victim and hero. This is BBC News impartiality. ITV News guilty of it too stinks. And I think this is one of the articles about it. So judgment delivered in Sandy Peggy Employment Tribunal. The way that they start talking about it, you would think that Sandy Peggy won. Because here Miss Peggy said she is beyond relief following an agonizing case for her family. The judgment was handed down following weeks of deliberation by the employment judge Sandy Kemp and his tribunal members. So, so NHF Fife harassed nurse Sandy Peggy. It is a partial win who pursued legal action. So just from the beginning of this, you would think that Sandy Peggy was completely vindicated in everything she was saying, when no, it was just the one small aspect that was never taken seriously in the media before this point. So the nurse at Victoria Hospital was claiming belief discrimination, sexual harassment, victimization after being dismissed for complaining about sharing a changing room with Dr. Upton on Christmas Eve. She was placed on special leave after Dr. Upton made an allegation of bullying and harassment and cited concerns about patient care. In a 312-page document, the tribunal ruled the health board harassed Ms. Peggy by failing to revoke Dr. Upton's permission to use the female changing facilities until different arrangement were placed in the emergency department at Victoria Hospital. So, yes, from the first bit of this, you're still just getting the vibe that Sandy Peggy won this court case. Because they're just focusing on that one aspect as opposed to saying, oh, and Sandy Peggy was also guilty of harassing Dr. Upton. So, however, the tribunal found that the claim of direct and indirect discrimination under Equality Act 2010 did not succeed. She also lost her victimization claim against the health board, which the ruling stated the claim against Dr. Upton also failed. And so you get down. And then also in this article, they refer to Upton as them, as opposed to even saying she. So down at the bottom here, Dr. Upton told the tribunal the exchange left them feeling really, really upset. So I have no idea of what Herald Scotland usually writes. But here they seem to be not even wanting to refer to Dr. Upton as female. So somebody here just pointing out Peggy may have won her harassment against NHF Fife leadership, but the court ruled that it's not unlawful for a trans woman to use a female changing room. Meanwhile, this isn't the victory transphobes wanted. In fact, it strengthens that trans women can use these spaces lawfully. I think this is just more of what we had already just gone over. In researching the decision, the tribunal considered the effect of the Supreme Court decision on the case for women in Scotland versus Scottish ministers. It concluded that the decision did not result in it being inherently unlawful for a trans female who is biologically male under the Act to be given permission to use a female changing room at work, but also that having the protected characteristics of gender reassignment did not mean that permission to use the changing room was necessarily lawful. The tribunal judgment noted that different provisions which apply to the workplace in the Act to those applying to public services and did not consider the code of practice as to public service issued by the EHRC was relevant to the case. It did not consider that the workplace regulation, which had provisions as to toilets and changing room at work, is a criminal law statute assisted in construing the Act. So it is not illegal for trans women to use women change rooms. Oh, but here's the Herald. Well, that was the Scotland. Sandy Peggy has won her employment tribunal against NHS Fife on harassment grounds, but lost the case against Upton. And all of this abuse towards a trans woman who did nothing wrong is extremely evil, says this person. And so basically this is just a almost 3-minute speech saying that they're going to appeal the case. Sandy Peggy is going to be appealing the case because she didn't come out the victim that she wanted. She wants to win victimhood. She wants to be ruled the victim as opposed to the transgressor. But we don't need to listen to it, even though I do love the Scottish accent. Okay. Let's check the SandBox. There was a lot of Sandys in that case, yes. MIDI doctors, I get people finding it freaky at first, but for fuck's sakes, get over yourself. I've been in a change room with a trans woman before. We went to the pool together, actually. I have no desire to look, so I wouldn't even be able to tell you if she had bottom surgery. Because I don't ask about the genitals of my friends. I had another trans friend who had bottom surgery, but she was recovering from it and stuff, and so I knew about that. But I don't ask about the genitals of my friends. And when I'm in a change room, I'm not checking out other people's genitals. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? If you're going around, it's like, sorry, before I unclothe in front of everyone in this change room, I need all of you to unclothe first so I can inspect your genitals so that I know if I should feel uncomfortable or not. Like I said, at least here, most of the change rooms I've been in, there's little areas, even the shower area. You can go behind a shower and close the curtain and change there if there's nowhere else to change where you want a little bit of privacy. Like, it's just... So life is so dumb that judges need to be the deciding factor for if someone can freely treat you like an a-hole or not. And then people trying to figure out what post bacon through means. Oh, hello, Grand Theft Autobot. Free bacon. It's been a while. Welcome back to the SandBox. Yes, can somebody send me bacon? I like bacon. Like, I get that, the whole pork thing with Muslims, but I didn't understand the post part of it. Like, okay, so mailing them bacon? But it said post through the door, so I don't know what that means. Bad Lefty UK don't have mailboxes. They have a slot in the front door for post mail. A lot of doors have that here too, or used to anyway. And some official buildings still have that and all that sort of stuff. So was it meaning to literally just throw bacon through the slot, the mail slot? Because that's what we would call it here, is a mail slot. Bad Lefty, the word is a P word. Well, I got that it was a P word, but I don't know. Talking about the censored word on the jokes. I'm not up to date with all my slurs. I don't hang around people where I would necessarily hear them. But it's one of those things, if I hear it, then I could probably be like, yeah, that's a slur. I don't know them off the top of my head, but if you say one to me, I'll be like, yeah, that's definitely a slur. I picked that up. I hear a slur. Okay, now we're going to get... So the next slot, the next docket are a lot to do about banning trans women from spaces, and this is both in the United States and in the UK. Just a whole lot of banning of trans women. Not men, trans women. Trans men never get talked about in these things. Bad Lefty, to be frank, that's not grammatically incorrect, but they 100% should have said her. Yeah, I know it's not grammatically correct, but... Bad Lefty, if you think US media is bad, UK media is so much worse. I've been exposed to very little. I'm not, and let's just say from what I've been exposed to, I'm not doubting you too much. So like post as in he's posted it at the door? So what, you just put bacon on the door? So like I imagine bacon is just there posted through the mail slot. Why are you saying posted? Push. You would push it through the mail slot. Right? You don't... I guess you might say posted through the mail slot, but I would say you push it through the mail slot. Like, that makes sense to me. Bad Lefty, I can't stress this enough. UK media are the literal worst. Yeah, I have my issues with Canadian media, but it's not as bad as some places. Okay, let's get into the next docket. Again, just a lot of horrible stuff. Again, a lot of this is coming out from the UK, but there's also some American stuff related to this. And we'll get into something that I touched on earlier. We'll be getting back to, and it's just right-wingers are so desperate to find new ways of harassing trans folks and singling them out and trying to demand that they can't change anything from birth, that no one can change anything from birth, that this is a phrase that just like What? You're really stretching here, right-wingers, if you're trying to make this a thing. Because even right-wingers will hear this and be like, yeah, no, that one doesn't work. It doesn't work. It really doesn't. Oh, hello, Atticus Among Us. All commercials should be about gummies. I do like gummies. Stop talking about food. Anyway. So this is from Pink News. Hundreds gather outside Girl Guiding HQ to demand trans ban is reversed. Adults debate, children bleed. Make a promise, keep a promise. That was the resounding message outside Girl Guiding HQ today as hundreds of current and ex-members, leaders, parents, and allies turned out in joyful force to oppose the organization's ban on trans girl participation. So the protest comes after much backlash to Girl Guiding trans exclusionary policy. So at the beginning of December, Girl Guiding, the nation-governing charity that oversees Girl Guide groups in the UK, and which previously said that it was proudly trans-inclusive, announced it had made the difficult decision to ban all trans girls from its groups, which include rainbows, brownies, guides, and rangers. You're seriously going to do that to such a small group of girls? Take that away from them? Take that chance for friendship, for community, for growth? You're going to punish these trans girls because some adults are absolute monster bigots. What are you doing? What harm is there to having a trans girl involved with this? In fact, they were proudly trans inclusive. It's been going on. So what incident? So what happened? Did it show that having trans girls in this totally upset everything and make things bad, and that's why you had to do it? No, you did it under pressure of bigots. Absolute spineless organization. You know, you can't be a group that says that you value all the people in it if when you get pushed back, you immediately fold. And to punish these poor little girls that just want to have fun, that want to be part of this group. Really? And it's not even the people within the organization. It's just you're buckling to the pressure of these loud right-wingers. And the more companies that do this, corporations and everything, you're showing your true colors, and usually that's capitalism. When it comes to like corporations no longer having pride product and all that sort of stuff. Like, this is just who's being harmed by having a trans girl involved in rainbows and brownies and guides and rangers. On Saturday afternoon, 13 December, a demonstration, one of many happening across the UK during the weekend, took place outside a Girl Guiding headquarters in Buckingham Palace Road, central London, led by campaign group Guiders Against Trans Exclusion. This decision to exclude trans members is not what members of Girl Guiding want, Lily, spokesperson for the Guiders Against Trans Exclusion, and who was a Brownie Guide young leader and now an adult leader, told Pink News. We are here because we love Girl Guiding very deeply, and when you love something, you have to be able to say when they have done something wrong, and this is absolutely wrong move for Girl Guiding. Demonstrators show their support. Oh, that's just the picture there. So Lily said ban is sending a message to trans youth that they are not safe even in the organizations that are supposed to protect them. So for all this time, trans girls were allowed in, and now suddenly, because some adults want to make this a thing, suddenly they're being punished because these adults are trying to get clout, right-wing clout. There are so few places sometimes where trans children can feel safe, and to finally find a place where they're welcome in, And these adults want to go and attack these kids? We have the saying, adults debate, children's bleed. And I think that's absolutely the case for our younger members who are being let down by this policy. Demonstrators, many which are wearing their girl guiding uniforms, attended with colorful placards. Sorry. Posters. I'm so used to saying poster. Placards just sound so quaint to me. That read, you taught me to be kind and helpful. I stand with trans girls. Guides say, slay transphobia and protect trans youth, amongst other slogans. Badges made especially for the protests, which feature the colors of the trans flag, were also handed out and worn on people's uniforms. I don't know what these badges look like. I know I want one. Like, isn't that the whole point of these organizations? Is to make kids feel included and have community? This goes against everything that they're supposed to stand for. During the protests, organizers lead demonstrations in sing-alongs featuring several girl guiding classics like Everywhere We Go. Speeches were given and testimonies from members impacted by the ban were read aloud. So in announcing the ban, Girl Guiding cited the controversial Supreme Court judgment in the case of 4 women, Scotland versus Scottish ministers, which in April decided the protection characteristics of sex for the purpose of the 2010 Equality Acts means biological sex, which probably was not actually defined, only and does not include trans people as the reason for its sweeping move to exclude trans youth. All biological sex really means is did they have an innie or an outie when they were born, based on the opinion of the doctor who delivered them. Trans girls were first officially allowed to become members in 2017 when Girl Guiding passed new guidelines that aim to support all girls and young women. However, the organization's update equality and diversity policy now states it will only accept biologically female members regardless of however they identify, which they say includes trans boys, as this is in line with the Equality Act 2010 definition as per the Supreme Court ruling. So a policy that has been in place for almost a decade. Has anything gone wrong? Has implementing that policy hurt anyone? Has there been any reason to reevaluate it? Has there been massive outcry, lots of uncomfort? Like, what has actually happened within the organization that would make this change necessary? Nothing has happened. You just have a bunch of transphobic adults attacking children, excluding children from, you know, these very valuable experiences from while they're growing up, and using that, oh, this convoluted court case, we can word it to, you know, exclude trans kids. So that's what we're going to do, you know, not because there was any instigating cause for it. There was another word in my head for that, but no, we're just going to do it now just because we can. Girl Guiding said its policy was being changed following detailed considerations, expert legal advice, and feedback from members, but added, it is a decision we would have preferred not to make. You didn't have to. Absolutely nothing was forcing you to. You didn't have to. Despite the alleged detailed considerations Girl Guiding made prior to the announcement, the organization confirmed to Pink News it has never kept data on trans members and so actually has no clue how many children could be barred from participation. I guess that's the badge right there. Make a promise, keep a promise. Guides against trans exclusion. The trans ban has been widely condemned by both current and former members, with thousands of people having signed a petition calling for the decision to be immediately revoked in the morning. Ashley James resigning as Girl Guiding ambassador due to her opposition to the ban. Like, they don't even know how many girls are being affected by this, how many trans girls will have to be kicked out. So they're making, again, they're changing the policy based on nothing. There is no aggravating factor that would say, you know what, we need to put this in place. No, there's nothing. They don't even know how many trans girls are. That's how little they were paying attention to this before all of this right-wing media decided to make this an issue. They were paying so little attention to it, they didn't even know how many trans girls were involved. That's how little impact it had on the organization by allowing trans girls in, that they didn't even know. But for those trans girls involved, that was a world. Like, that was the world to them. That would make all the difference to them to be involved. Some girl guiding leaders have also told Pink News they will entirely refuse to enforce the ban or exclude children who want to be involved with girl guiding. Lily said the ban has had a devastating impact and thrown a whole organization into a really painful position, whereby many leaders have had to evaluate whether they want to continue to be involved. We've seen many leaders resigning, parents pulling their children out, events having to be canceled, trips having to be canceled because of the instability of the ban, Lily explained. We've also seen hundreds and hundreds of personal testimonies from girl guiders, and particularly people in the LGBTQ+ community, saying how devastated and how let down they feel. It's not just going to stop at trans children. There's also a real feeling of fear amongst girl guiding community now. Girl Guiding is not the only organization that has banned the inclusion of trans women and girls in the wake of the Supreme Court ruling. We're going to be getting to some of those. In recent months, the Football Association and Scottish FA have taken steps to exclude trans women and girls, whilst Keir Starmer's Labour Party announced Labour Women's Conference would also be for cis women only going forward from 2026. Yeah, we'll be getting to that. We'll be getting to that Labour Party stuff. Around the same time as Girl Guiding ban being announced, the Women's Institute, which is also, okay, yeah, we're getting to that one too. I'll put this into the SandBox so that you can read up on the rest of that if you like. But a little bit more. So Janet Murray, against the wishes of the women running the organization? Never mind the wishes of the 300,000 girls who are members, or their parents, or the hundreds of thousands of girls and their parents who appear were not consulted over the decision to admit trans girls who say they were girls, and were badly let down by staff and volunteers who placed the feelings of trans kids over the safeguarding of girls. It appears, and she's replying to Owen Jones, who was just, pointing out trans girls booted out of Girl Guiding against the wishes of women running the organization. Definitely not pointless cruelty, a huge victory for women's rights, sarcastically. Has to be up there with women securing universal suffrage a century ago. Hope those behind this are so proud. And yeah, this transphobe was just saying, oh no, it's not against what about the hundreds of thousands involved? And somebody pointing out the sheer arrogance of assuming that all 300,000 members share your bigotry and hatred is evident that Girl Guiding leadership were coerced. It is evident that Girl Guiding leadership were coerced into a decision that contradicts their own principles, driven by wealthy figures determined to force trans people out of society. Yes, that's all it is, because there was nothing that happened within Girl Guiding that would suggest that this was necessary at all. This was just bigoted adults wanting to ruin the lives of trans children. And here's the thing, these adults won't even bother sitting down and talking to these kids. So, somebody was asking serious question, who does this help? Literally excluding young girls from activities just because they're trans. This is only contributing to the mental health issues that people face due to being ostracized. And of course, Mold Queen had to get in onto this. Answer, it helps girls. It tells girls they have the right to do things of their own. It tells girls they have the right to say no. It reminds girls that the desires of boys do not supersede their feelings, their rights, their discomfort, or their safety. What the fuck are you saying? That already trans girls, children, you're already labeling them as predators. That they're somehow wanting to be there because of their desires? What the fuck are you saying, labeling all these trans girls as some sort of predator? That is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And Naira was just responding, it's absolutely ridiculous that Mold Queen is patting herself on the back for funding anti-trans legislation to legally ostracize, harass, and abuse trans children and adults. You're not fighting for women's rights. You reduce women and young girls to reproductive organs. And so there's a case down in the States for kids like Rebecca. Sports are a way to build friendship and have fun. No child should be barred from playing with their friends for simply who they are. On National Girls and Women's Sport Day, we must keep fighting. And this is to allow Rebecca, a trans girl, to play in sports. So Rebecca is a 14-year-old girl who loves school, hanging out with her friends, and playing field hockey. Lawmakers are trying to pass laws that would prohibit her from playing sports with other girls. And this is in the United States. And somebody's saying, while the UK is terrorizing trans kids under the baleful eye of J.K. Rowling, demanding they pile on hate, charities in the U.S. have given these kids voices, and it's hard to understand why Rowling hates these kids. Why she refuses to talk to them. So actually, I'll go back here. If you are able to view it because you're on the hostile fart sauna, you can watch this video. It's Rebecca seems like a very sweet girl. So it was pointed out that 5 years ago, Mermaid's Gender offered Rowling a meeting with some of the trans kids to listen to them. She refused, to this day, spreads hate about kids she's never heard from. She'll happily speak for them and over them, but never with them. Funny that J.K. Rowling is fine to say that, that these trans girls are boys with desires wanting to be in Girl Guides, but she won't actually sit down and talk to a trans girl. And this is an open letter to J.K. Rowling, and this was back in 2020. We would like to begin by offering our solidarity with what you've been through, the sexual abuse that she's faced. You know what? That's a moot point to me because I wouldn't even begin by offering that. It does not justify the cruelty and harassment and the trauma she is putting so many people through because she has endured a trauma. Lots of people, unfortunately, endure trauma. That doesn't give them a pass to do it to others. And there's lots who don't. The majority do not. So you are doubtless aware that your blog was also difficult for many trans people and their families to read. Only a short while ago, we might confidently have hoped that you count you alongside many respected authors and public figures who help support and inspire trans lives. And talking about Harry Potter and how that really did help a lot of queer children and stuff. But yeah, it's just, why don't you actually sit down and talk to the people who you are targeting in your hate campaign? But J.K. Rowling can't because she doesn't want to see them as human. And so here is another place where, if you look at the Girl Guiding Association there, the majority were fine. The vast majority were fine with trans girls being involved. Well, here's another place that trans women were allowed. But transphobe TERFs were like, how dare you allow this to happen? So Maya, who is a TERFy TERF, says, is this sign that allows men into women's pond lawful or not? Sex Matter versus City of London, Wednesday at the Royal Court of Justice. And this is the sign, Hampstead Health. Those who identify as women are welcome to swim in the Kenwood Ladies Bathing Pond. The Ladies Pond is open to biological women and trans women with the protected characteristics of gender reassignment under the Equality Act 2010. The City of London Corporation is preparing a public consultation on the future emission policy at the Ladies Pond. So the fact, and I do not know how to say this person's name, the fact that every vote for the Hampstead Ladies Pond have voted to include trans women has now left transphobes trying to sue to force them to exclude trans people. So organizations aren't even allowed to make their own decisions on this. TERFs have to get involved and be like, no, you must discriminate. You must. It doesn't matter what the people of the organization say, even though I'm not a member, you must discriminate. This person says, this isn't about what the women who want to use the pond want. It's what these Karens want. It's transphobia. So, as the Pink article was talking about, Women's Institute will no longer accept women as members from April. So Exclusive CEO says decision taken with utmost regret and sadness after a Supreme Court ruling on definition of a woman. You don't have to. If you're so upset and regretful, then you don't have to suddenly change a policy that's been in place, I think this says, for quite some time. So the Women's Institute will no longer accept transgender women as members from April following the UK Supreme Court ruling on the legal definition of a woman, The Guardian can reveal. So Melissa Green, chief executive of the Institute, says, it's with the utmost regret and sadness, adding it had no choice but to be bigoted towards trans women. No, we had no choice. We must exclude trans women. Incredibly sadly, we will have to restrict our members on the basis of biological sex from April next year, Green said. But the message we really want to get across is that it remains our firm belief that transgender women are women, and that doesn't change. The membership of the 110-year-old organization will be restricted to those who are registered female at birth, with new members or those renewing expected to confirm that they meet the criteria. And that's with the Girl Guiding. So Green says the organization wanted trans women to remain part of WI family. Please, okay, I think it says how long. Or is it in this? One of them says that it's been a while. It's been a while that trans women have been allowed to be involved. Oh, since the 1970s, yeah. So in 2023, the WI said it would continue to celebrate the lives of transgender women, enriching its membership after reports it was facing an attempt by an internal group to overturn inclusive policy in place since the 1970s and made official in 2015, which allowed transgender members to join the organization of more than 175,000. Like, since the 1970s. So nothing has changed. There's been no incidences, nothing that would indicate that this is harmful in any way. But now because of a court ruling, you're choosing to do this? Because the court ruling allows you to do this. So in April this year, the Supreme Court issued a historic and definitive ruling that terms women and sex in the Equality Act refer only to biological women and biological sex. The government is still considering guidance from Equality and Human Rights Commission on how to apply the ruling. Yeah. You can still allow trans women. You can just say, yes, this is for cis women and trans women. Like, it's just, they're using this as an excuse to erase trans women from public life. So asked if WI was facing legal threats, Green said it had received fewer than 100 pieces of communication on the issue, many from the same people or outside organization, but confirmed there have been reference to legal challenges. Yep. So the instant that there's any sort of threat, they buckle under pressure over something that has been in place since the 1970s. Oh my God. But here we have LGBTQIA+ Greens saying, we were promised a draft bill on banning conversion practices by the end of 2025 and is mid-December with no movement. This government must commit to trans-inclusive ban, especially following a report by the BBC into practices 50 years ago. Now, I don't know too much about it, but some people are saying that the reason why Labor is dragging their feet on this is they're trying to find a loophole to exclude trans folks. But basically, the ban on conversion therapy, which we have here in Canada, is harming people. The longer you allow it to go on, the more it's going to harm people. So Labor's delay on conversion practices ban is dangerous, campaigners say. Failure to act sends messages our safety is optional, says coalition of LGBTQ plus faith and mental health organizations. Don't really need to go too much into that. But I can't say I'm surprised that Labor is dragging their feet on banning conversion therapy when they are also, trans women will not be allowed to attend main Labor's women's conference events. So they're dragging their feet on conversion therapy when they're also now banning trans women from women events. Wasn't Labor supposed to be liberal? Like, what does this tell its membership? Like, who originally supports, like, how is there any membership in Labor that has been around for a long time? Like, after the turn that Keir Starmer has done, they should have a completely new membership, because anyone who is still a Labor member who was before all of this has absolutely no integrity, no principles whatsoever. They are so stuck on the party that they can't be reasoned with. So India is just saying, let's be clear here, this ban by Labor is illegal, clear discrimination. The Gender Recognition Act 2004 clearly states that a woman who is also trans with a GRC must be treated and recognized legally in the same way as any other woman. That is the law. Judges do not make law. Clearly banning women because of their protected characteristics is not treating them like all women. It is political choice. The Labor Party needs suing. So yes, trans women to be barred from main Labor Women's Conference in 2026. All delegates will be able to attend fringe program as party tries to find compromise while complying with Supreme Court ruling on gender. And I believe that it's also been a long time that trans women was allowed in this. Like, the rights of trans women are just being rolled back at astonishing speed. All delegates will be allowed to attend fringe things. So yes, they must have a separate group. They can't be included with cis women anymore. So a Labor for Trans Right group spokesperson told Labor List the move was terrible, urging the party's national executive committee to reconsider. They said trans members are being cut out of the democratic process of the Labor Party when many have given years of service, knocking doors and standing as candidates. A spokesperson for the gender critical group, Labor's Women Declaration, said a one-day rather than two-day women's conference tacked onto Labor's annual conference is not ideal, but it's better than no women's conference. The group welcomed the party's decision earlier. Of course they would. It's absolutely hogwash. Bullshit. So now they also want to ban trans women from Women's Refuge. A reminder that Refuge is the largest domestic abuse provider in the UK, is trans-inclusive, and probably known rather more about women's safety than these amoral grifters. And so this is talking to Alex Davy Jones. We'll just skip to this part here.
50,000 deported with no
on it. That's the point.
And that is why prevention needs to be.
So at the first part, they're just talking a lot about immigrants and how immigrants are evil and should be deported. More or less, they're talking about immigrants who have committed crimes should be deported and whatnot. But then it gets into this in the refuge.
at the heart, and it is at the heart of our strategy, Kate.
We have run out of time, but I just wanted to ask you finally, are you ensuring, can you guarantee that all accommodation for women suffering from domestic violence will be for people who were born women and not trans women?
We are committed to protecting safe spaces. We are committed to ensuring that everyone is treated with dignity and respect. And I am the Victims Minister for all victims. And I want to make sure that everyone who is facing abuse, intimidation and violence feels like there's a safe space for them.
So trans women will be allowed to use women's refuges?
I want to be very clear. We are protecting women's only safe spaces as per the legislation. But we need to make sure that there is space for everyone who is impacted by abuse and violence. And that is why the government is committed to supporting all victims.
Yes, we support all victims and blah, 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 blah. But no.
I understand that. But if I think there is a very simple answer to that question. Will trans women be allowed to use women's refuges?
We are protecting safe spaces for biological women.
So that's no, they won't?
Yes.
That coming from Alex Davy Jones, MP. She must be like part of the Reform Party, a horrible individual, like somebody who is just saying, no, trans women who are disproportionately targeted with violence of all sorts, who have less places to turn to, they can't be allowed into a women's refuge. Why? This must be a Reform MP. No, she's Labour. She's Labour. This is what the Labour Party stands for now, transphobia. To exclude trans women from everything. To kick them out, to erase them from their party, from public life. That is what the Labour Party stands for right now. To punish trans women, because this isn't, again, not once out of all these stories I've talked about so far has a trans man been brought up. This is all about punishing trans women. To single them out, even though they are statistically speaking far more likely to be victims of harassment and assault and crime. And this is the Shadow Minister for Domestic Violence and Safeguarding. Well, she previously served as Shadow Minister for Domestic Violence and Safeguarding. And she is, Parliamentary Secretary for State of Victims. But like all these things that they are pushing back on, that they are now erasing or denying trans women to be part of, have been around. They've been a part of it for a long time. And it got me wondering again about, trans women in sports. And I would just want to remind people, like when it comes to the Olympics, it's in this. Here we go. Very recently, the controversy of trans women in the Olympics has been made such a big deal by the, the right-wingers, especially in the United States. But let's look at a little bit of the history, shall we? In 2003, a committee convened by the International Olympic Committee, IOC, medical commission drew up new guidelines for participating athletes who have undergone gender reassignment. The report listed 3 conditions for participation. First, athletes must have undergone sex reassignment surgery, including changes in the external genitalia and gonadectomy. Second, athletes must show legal recognition of their gender. Third, athletes must undergone hormone therapy for an appropriate time before participation, with 2 years of being the suggested time. It was not until 2004 that the IOC allowed transgender athletes to participate in the Olympic Games. In other words, trans people have been allowed to participate in the Olympics for quite some time. In 2015, the IOC modified these guidelines. in recognition that legal recognition of gender could be difficult in countries where gender transition is not legal, and that requiring surgery in otherwise healthy individuals may be inconsistent with developing legislation and notions of human rights. The new guidelines require that trans women athletes declare their gender and not change that assertion for 4 years, as well as demonstrate testosterone level of less than 10 nanomoles per liter for at least 1 year prior to the competition and throughout the period of eligibility. Athletes who transitioned from female to male were allowed to compete without restriction. These guidelines were in effect for the 2016 Rio Olympics, although no openly transgender athletes competed. So, all this uproar about trans women in the Olympics, oh no, they're going to dominate. It's been allowed for a while. Where's that domination happening? Like, there's all this talk about like, oh, anyone can just go to the Olympics and say they're a woman and get to compete with the women's sports. There have been protocols in place because it's not just the Olympics. It's all the sports organizations that lead into the Olympics that will have their own guidelines and everything. You can't just show up to the Olympics in any way whatsoever. You have to earn your right to get into the Olympics. And trans women have been allowed to compete for quite some time. And you're not seeing this domination of trans women in these things. It has just been made an issue from the right wing, a wedge issue, something that they can fearmonger over because there's a lot of uneducated people out there who don't know this sort of thing. And since then, like, there's been very few transgender athletes that we know of. So in 2021, the IOC approved Laurel Hubbard, a trans woman, to compete in the 2020 Summer Olympics. In weightlifting, Hubbard became the first out trans woman to compete in Olympics. She did not complete her lifts and won no medals. So trans woman was in the Olympics but won no medals. Katie Burns, an MSNBC opinion columnist, suggested that Hubbard's performance demonstrates that transgender athletes do not always win. Also in the 2021 summer, on July 21st, 2021, at the same games, Canadian soccer player Quinn became the first non-binary transgender person to compete and win a medal in competing in the Olympics, playing for the Canadians women's soccer team. They became the first out transgender Olympian to medal and win gold medal. Elena Smith, a non-binary skateboarder, represented the United States in the women's skateboarding semifinals of the 2020 Summer Olympics. So, yeah, it's already been a thing. It's already been a thing. Let's see, how long was this one?
Right.
So here's another story, because somehow pool can also be gendered, because why? But Ellie Ehrlich here just says, are trans athletes anything new? Nope. With this week's moral panic over trans pool players, I wanted to highlight the 1920s, 10s, 20s women's billiards world champion, Frances Anderson. Trans women like her have just as much right to compete and win as anyone else. And so trans women in sports, if you want to call pool sport, it's been happening for a while.
Right-wing media is stirring up yet another moral panic about these two trans women who competed against one another in a pool tournament.
This weekend, two biological males, Harriet Haynes and Lucy Smith, competed in a women's pool tournament in the UK. And have we reached apex?
They don't care about women's sports. They just hate trans women. Yeah. They probably would never cover billiards if it wasn't for this. They don't care. And I'm sorry, but I don't get how gender plays a role in pool. I don't understand how one can have a biological advantage. Like, I have a slight advantage if I played more regularly, in that I'm slightly ambidextrous, so I can shoot the pool cue from both hands. That would be more of an advantage than I think anything else.
absurdity. Yeah, guys are better at pool than girls.
But this isn't
Are
actually
they?
the first time that trans women have won on the pool table. During my research for Before Gender, I stumbled across the story of Frances Anderson. Frances was a billiards player, trans woman, and all-out legend. She transitioned around the year 1910, and by the end of the decade, became the world's greatest female billiards player. Now, Frances had a tough upbringing, and she eventually became addicted to morphine and cocaine. She was actually taking more than a gram of each every single day, but she found another addiction to replace them, and that was billiards. She offered the equivalent of $80,000 to any woman who could beat her, and no one ever claimed the prize. She also competed against cis men in co-ed tournaments, and often won those too. People came from all over the world to support her, and she even set aside chairs for other women who might want to get involved. Frances traveled all across the globe, and newspapers declared her the woman champion of the world. All in all, Frances claimed to have gone unbeaten in tournaments for 25 years. After Frances died and was outed, some people called her a fraud, but in reality, she lived full-time as a woman for more than 20 years. During the 1919 flu pandemic, she even worked as a nurse. Frances lived an amazing life, and I'm excited for you to learn even more about her in Before Gender.
Sounds like an interesting book. So it's not just these types of sports, it's also games, video games. So women gamers boycott global esports tournament over trans ban. Several teams of female gamers have dropped out of the Daddy by Daylight Women's World Cup after trans women were banned. What does your gender have to do with playing a video game? Like, I understand in these scenarios why there would be women's leagues, because just given the pressure, the harassment, the dynamics between men and women, it's not necessarily comfortable for women to play with men all the time. And so I can understand why they'd be a separate league, but I don't understand how, if a man and a woman put in the same amount of energy and time and practice into a video game, how gender would play any role in making someone better. I don't get that at all. Like, here, it's just about having women compete with women, and trans women are women. So after school sports, the Olympics, and British women's soccer banned trans women, esports is coming next. For them next. After learning that trans women are banned from competing in upcoming tournament for the video game Dead by Daylight, many female professionals, gamers, have announced they will drop out of the events scheduled to take place in 2026. We need more of that. We need more solidarity from the cis women in these things. That, like with the labor, the Women's Institute and the Labor's Women group, other women should, cis women, should refuse to participate if trans women are being banned. They should be stepping up in solidarity, supporting one another. So streamer and artist Julia Kanda was the first to draw attention to the story. She posted on X on December 3rd that she was withdrawing from Team USA in the tournament officially known as the Dead by Daylight Women's World Cup. I'll be leaving the Team USA for the 2026 DBD Women's World Cup. I love the idea of femme tourney, but one run by a male kick streamer who has a history of using AI graphics doesn't sit right at all. And if a percentage of women aren't allowed to participate, I think I need to click on that to read the whole thing. And if those who aren't allowed aren't to participate, being mostly trans women, I certainly won't be either. This whole thing is shady. Please, anyone participating, be careful. New tournaments never require face identification or country documentation. None of the women participating were aware of any of this when signing up, including myself. So please do not fault any of the players. If the tourney changes the rules regarding trans women, great. I'm hoping that bringing some attention to this can change that faster. I will still be leaving, but good luck to everyone involved. Just some screenshots, my DMs, Fisciato, Shelby, commissioner of COTF, being left on by, I don't know what that is all about. Anyway. So Canada also shared alleged screenshots from Discord conversation with tournament organizer. In the conversation, Canada. I'm reading this as a country, but it's not. Canada also asks whether trans women are allowed to participate, whether AI, so this is just more of the tweets that we just saw. So Twitch streamer Jiggledeath, who recently announced that she was going to be captain for the UK's team in the DBD Women's Cup, announced she will withdraw from the event on December 4th. Unfortunately, I've been made aware that trans women are not allowed to participate, so I'm withdrawing myself from this tournament. She wrote on X, I stick by my community, and I don't want to take part in something which excludes some incredible women. So Team Canada, and this is from Squish, Team Canada will be withdrawing from the tournament. Trans women are women, and we as a team do not stand with excluding trans women. And she is quote tweeting herself saying, I was invited to be captain for Team Canada in the DBD Women's World Cup in March. If any Canadian comp ladies are interested in playing, please DM me. We have a couple spots. Let's go Canada. And that's when she first got invited. But when she learned about the trans exclusion, she said that they will be withdrawing. So this is Team USA will be withdrawing from this as well, because I do believe trans women are women. I'm glad Jules made people aware about this, even if the host did not have bad intentions. The message itself is not good for women, as we should be uplifting each other, always stand with women. So we need more solidarity from cis women withdrawing from these events if trans women aren't allowed to participate. So the main Labor Women's Conference, far more women, cis women who were involved with this need to be saying, no, I refuse to participate. I'm not going to speak at this. I'm not going to host it. I'm not going to donate if you're excluding trans women. Let's see. Okay, so we're moving on to some more stuff, but it's slightly different than just banning people, banning trans women. So I'm going to take a bit of a break here and check the SandBox, because I've been at this for a while. I still have in there, like, this is still part of the same docket, but I still have in there a full docket to go after this, and I'm running out of steam. So let's see what's happening in the SandBox, and I'll close some of these tabs. And these were all stories that I've been coming across in just the past, like, 2 weeks. Just so much. Okay. Just so much to go over. And yeah, I have to check where my energy is at, because the last docket is really long and heavy too. It includes the Anna Kasparian with Bill Maher. But let's get to the SandBox and see what people are up to, and welcome everyone who's joined me since the beginning of this. Yeah, this live stream is just themed on all the trans stories I've been coming across in the past couple weeks. Okay, let's see what people are saying. Atticus Among Us, welcome to the SandBox. Haven't both the Girl and Boy Scouts been having a loss in participation? Wouldn't surprise me. Bad Lefty, yeah, turfs feel free to fuck right off. And swim in the sea if you don't like it. Hello, B-Cat. Hello, Mozart. That is because Among Us wondering how gender is an advantage in billiards. Like I said, I have no idea. None. life. Gender is an advantage in breathing. Technically. Yes. Males do tend to have larger lung capacities. However, there is always exceptions to that rule, and I'm one of them. Maybe I was, I guess I was just born non-binary and I have some masculine traits because in high school, in one of the science classes, we were going through lung capacity, and men do tend to have larger lung capacities, bigger lungs. I have an absurdly large lung capacity for a female. I had the second highest in the class. So there was this thing there you could and blow into, and it was a gauge to see what your lung capacity was. And at the time I brushed it off to, oh, well, I play the flute and I take swimming lessons. But that was really not it. And it's so sad that when I was doing my vocal lessons and singing, I wasn't able to take more advantage of it, and I didn't train it properly. Because it means that I can hold notes really long. And so that exercise that you see with some vocal warm-ups where you breathe in and you go and you just do the hiss. I can hold that for almost a minute. So there is, but maybe down to my biology, I'm just non-binary. Have a good night, Atticus among us. I might need to get in there a drink and a bit of a break. Or I could save the last docket for a different time because I think I am just running out of steam. Ugh. Well, we'll see how we go after this little docket. What aren't you seeing? Looney Tunes? Of course we're not seeing it. What aren't you seeing? Okay. Let's go over these ones. So, this, I was referring to this before, but so bizarre. And this has to do with American public servants. So here we have to go back a few tweets first. So HHS changed the name of transgender health leader on her official portrait. Then naming a former assistant secretary of HHS as a selfless public servant on her official portrait is an act of cruelty and clear violation of basic dignity. Admiral Levine served this country honorably. Targeting her and all trans Americans is bigoted, cruel, and completely unacceptable. Yes, so they changed her name on her official portrait. But then somebody's saying there's no such thing as dead naming. It's perfectly respectful to call Levine to, well, she's misgendering her. And saying that Levine needs our prayers, not affirmation of the delusion. And I don't want to be repeating exactly what this person is saying because it's just a lot of misgendering on purpose. And then Brad is just saying, no, you can literally legally change your name, and it's just petty and rude to put someone's old name instead of their actual legal name. This is entirely different thing than pronouns. People legally change their names all the fucking time. But you don't then go on to the HHS stuff and start saying, okay, so what name is on your birth certificate? Because that's what's going here. That's it. You don't get a choice. Whatever, it is now immutable. Your name is immutable. And it's kind of fun. Like it's funny, but it's not because of how far they're taking this. Because this is just good news. The HHS has updated Rachel Levine's official portrait at the department to include their real biological name. What the fuck is a biological name? And a young person is just saying, biological name is a joke a trans person would make 5 years ago, but always felt a little too ridiculous because this is just too stupid. The right wing is so desperate to find ways to hurt trans people, to rip them biological name? What is that? Like, there is no such thing. You're not like born and then the doctor says, okay, do you have a vagina or a penis? And also, I'm going to check the back of your neck to see what name you have. Like, we aren't stamped with a name when we come out of the uterus. Like, I don't get what a biological name is. Names are chosen. Names can be changed. There's nothing immutable about a name. But they're just doing this to be cruel to her. Like, that's it. They just want to be cruel to her. She's a public figure and they want to make an example out of her. That's all there is to it. But yeah, biological name. They're trying to make that a thing now. I remember how upset they were with the words birthing person, and now they want biological name. Not to mention birthing person didn't stick because it does sound a little silly. But and they bitch at us for wanting new terms, and yet here they are. This is a completely new term for me. Okay. Biological name. There we go. This is a biological pain in my ass sometimes. Oh, we need a kitty break. We need a kitty break. Super kitty. Ooh. I still can't pick him up with my left wrist because he weighs too much. Just out. Like, fuck, are you for real? Seriously, biological name. How absolutely and utterly ridiculous is that? Okay, come on. If you're going to be on my lap, you have to sit still. Let's see. Actually, do I need to go over those ones? Oh, well, yeah, that one's kind of... And so we have a couple news clips from LBC, which I'm assuming stands for lettuce, bacon, and chicken sandwiches. That's what LBC stands for, right? Lettuce, bacon, chicken sandwiches, which are really yummy. So what does the lettuce, bacon, chicken sandwich channel has to say? So Eleonora is just saying, it's so funny how TERFs react so violently to the idea that medical professionals should believe that their patients are telling the truth. Explains a lot. Yeah, because that's one of the things about gender is there is, as this woman explains, there's no blood test. There's no brain scan. Like, there are some brain scans in some instances that say that for a large part, trans women's brains match up with cis women's brains. So it is somewhere in brain, but not always necessarily, because that's not a tool that should be relied on, because sometimes it's not even that evident and whatnot. Like, there's no concrete way of just saying the gender is this. You really do kind of have to believe what the person says. And that's the same with a lot of conditions that a person is dealing with. Like, and I don't want to say conditions because they're not all conditions, but with a lot of mental health issues, you're really just relying on what the person is telling you. But then it can also be something as basic as what religion you are. There's no DNA test that will say this is your religion. There's no brain scan that will say this is your religion. Although if there's a high level of brain damage, most likely evangelical Christian. Just saying. That was mean. I know. You just kind of have to rely on what the person is saying. You have to believe them. And so when somebody says, yes, I know I have a penis, but I feel like I'm a woman, you have to just believe them. And medical professionals should actually really just believe what their patients are telling them. Shocking how that works. Or pain issues, as Bad Lefty says. Yeah, there's no test that can run right now that will tell you how much pain my wrist is in. You just kind of have to believe the words that I'm telling you. So lettuce bacon chicken channel is saying we speak to them, we ask them, we understand what they are saying. So Gender Clinic founder Helen Weberly explains the science of gender affirming care to Tom.
I wish we had a blood test. I wish we had a brain scan. I wish we had a psychological test. But actually, the only test we have is asking somebody for their own experiences, their own personal sense of identity, and whether they themselves, in every single cell in their heart, soul, and body, identify as female or male or
That's
somewhere
not science,
in between.
isn't it? That's very nice.
Yeah, there is nothing that I can say that definitively proves I'm non-binary. There's no test that can be done. Nothing. You just have to believe it, and it's not something that's easily explained. It's how do you explain to someone, no, I don't feel like a female and I don't feel like a male. I feel like neither, but I have both traits sometimes. Like, I don't know how to express it. You can't just say like this is what it feels like. It feels like a gazelle jumping through the air. Like, it's just, there's nothing that I can say that does it, but I know this is my experience. I know what I'm feeling. Just like a trans woman friend that I have says, she just knows what it feels like to be a woman. That's who she has been all of her life. And she has no understanding of how she has no conscious understanding of how I would feel as feeling like I don't have a gender. Like, you can't explain it, and something that you can always just turn around to, especially when men are pushing back on it, like, oh, all this and that and the other thing. It's like, okay, take your physical out of the equation, take your biology out, like, because, unfortunately, sometimes people can lose body parts, and ask him, or just say to him, now, prove to me you're a male through your words, just through your words alone. Prove to me that you're a man. It's impossible to do. You just have to believe them.
Talk to people, but that
what science are you asking for? Are you asking for the blood test or the brain scan? Because there isn't one.
I'm asking for the science of the soul that I think you described. You talked about the soul, that the soul is somehow different to the body.
So it's like saying, well, what's the science behind someone who has euphoria or dysphoria or has a feeling, has an understanding? Mm-hmm. You speak to them. We have brains.
Absolutely.
You speak to them, you ask them, and you understand what they are saying.
For sure. And that is on the basis of the 8-year-old soul is telling them.
Oh, I see. So we don't listen to 8-year-olds now. So it's an 8-year-old comes and says, Mum, I'm sad. Mum, I'm unhappy. Mum, I'm being bullied. Mum, I'm not a girl. And we believe everything, but not that one. We teach our children to come to us when they have an issue. Indeed. And we believe them.
But I'm asking you what the science is that says that child
we've been through this. What are you wanting? The blood test or the brain scan? Is that what you want? Or is it the words that someone tells you?
Yeah. You should really believe people. And I know women in particular go through this a lot, where we are denied our experiences. Like, no, you don't actually feel that way. Okay, a lot of autistic people also go through this. I had a condition in my vagina that the doctor was trying to tell me it's something. I'm like, no, it's not that. But the doctor was insisting that the words that were coming out of my mouth weren't accurate and didn't even bother doing further tests. And then I went to see a female gynecologist, and she instantly knew exactly what it was. Like, it's just... Doctors tend to bring their own biases into the situations, but a lot of people just tend to. So because they can't understand it, they don't understand how anyone else can feel a certain way that's different than them. And children quite often are already put through this thing of they're not believed by adults. That's why a lot of children don't come forward with SA, because they're not believed by adults. You should believe children when they tell you things. And as this woman was saying, it's like, if a child says, you know what, I'm sad, or I'm hungry, or I'm being bullied, well, for the most part, you would believe them. So then why is it different suddenly with this? If they say, you know what, I feel like a girl, why is it suddenly now everything that child says is suspect? No, it's just that one thing. But then why? It's because you're bringing your own biases into this. It's because you don't want to acknowledge it, not because it's the child misunderstanding how they're feeling. But here's a little bit more. Kira Bell is just saying, regarding injecting children as young as 8 with puberty blockers, Wes Streeting, who, as far as I know, is a anthropomorphic cornflake, says, I admit I'm deeply uncomfortable, but says he's trying as a politician not to interfere or block clinical advice by people who are frankly far more qualified than me. This gut feeling that we have should take precedence over the opinion of human beings with a fancy degree. Follow clinical advice, they say, as they take away fertility, sexual, and cognitive function of children. Earlier in the show, Wes refused to deny that BMA was of a political organization than a health organization. What the fuck? Stop the trial.
And what Hilary Cass uncovered was kind of utterly shocking levels of unprofessionalism, lack of proper clinical oversight, and the prescription of puberty blockers without evidence. My Conservative predecessor, Victoria Atkins, introduced a temporary ban just as the general election was underway. When I came in, I upheld that and then extended it to become a permanent ban. But Hilary Cass also recommended...
Relying on anything from the Cass report is already a red flag. And I would argue that children as young as 8, if they're getting puberty blockers, they probably should be. If they're going through puberty at 8 years old, then maybe they should be getting puberty blockers. I'm just saying. Maybe you should delay that a little bit so that they are more in line with their peers when they hit puberty. That makes a lot of sense to me, that children as young as 8 would get puberty blockers. Because you get puberty blockers when puberty becomes an issue. And there's a lot of cis kids who get puberty a little bit younger than they should. Precocious puberty. So yeah, I'm fine with kids as young as 8 getting puberty blockers.
That we do a proper study. The pathway study involves a whole range of...
We don't need to do a study on puberty blockers because we already know they're safe. They've been around for decades. We know.
Treatments and care, including therapeutics or mental health support, but it also included a trial on this puberty blockers thing. And I'm not comfortable, candidly, about it.
Why are you allowing it?
Because the two overriding concerns that I have, the only two really, are firstly, how do we keep these children safe and how do we make sure they receive effective and evidence-based care? And secondly, to follow clinical advice rather than... I've got loads of incoming. I've had my constituency office windows put in 3 times by trans activists and received all sorts of threats. Since this trial...
Yes, the trans activists are the ones that you need to be fearful of. Not the TERFs that are actually a lot of the transgressors in violence and bigotry and harassment. No, just the trans activists.
Has been announced. I've been called all the names under the sun online and received some pretty nasty stuff. To be honest, the extreme stuff I don't care about anyway. The political noise I kind of put to one side. I'm following clinical advice.
So where's the cause of your discomfort?
Because I just, there's something about the sort of the opposition to this. And medication that delays or indeed stops a natural part of our human development, which is puberty, I am deeply uncomfortable with. Now,
again, if an 8-year-old is getting puberty blockers, they probably should be.
The clinical advice is to go ahead with the trial, and those who advocate this medication, and lots of other countries are using medication in these cases, suggest that for trans people, this is a better course of treatment than leaving them without, and with all of the distress and harm that can cause.
And keep in mind, puberty blockers aren't even necessary. They're just done so that the child can have extra time to be sure, which translates into to make sure that the adults are comfortable with it. Because in actuality, if a trans child has known that they're trans since they first even started to understand the difference between boys and girls and stuff like that, then as soon as they go into puberty, then they could get cross-sex hormones. But the puberty blockers are introduced to delay that for a year or two or however, so that the adults around them can be more comfortable with it, to make sure.
How does a 10 or 11-year-old give his or her consent?
Well, that is a good question. So in order to take part in that part of the trial, they will have had to have undergone thorough mental and physical health examination by doctors. They will then need to be approved by the local clinical trial team. There is then national clinical oversight, and crucially, they will also need the consent of parents. And it's gone through rounds and rounds of ethical approvals to approve this kind of study. So that's the basis upon which we are proceeding. We're following that evidence. As I say, it doesn't sit comfortably with me. I'm trying really hard as a politician not to interfere or block clinical advice by people who are frankly far more qualified than me.
Yeah, they are more qualified than you, and you shouldn't be interfering with it and stuff. Like all of these adults that are just like, oh no, the children changing this, and then the ones that are so terrified that there's surgeries going on that might affect their ability for sex. Danielle Smith in particular has talked about that a few times, which is just disturbing. Talking about the ability, like, well, a child might decide that they like sex first. So, and they're so concerned as to whether or not this child will eventually be able to climax and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing talking about all this sort of stuff? Like, it is just beyond obscene what adults will talk about when it comes to trans children and their sexual reproductive organs. And if they really, really cared about, that sort of physical stuff when it comes to sex, then they would be against circumcision. They'd be against female circumcision, male and female circumcision, because those do actually damage the organs and should no way be done. But no, they're only concerned about cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers. There's no legislation put forward to ban all sorts of circumcision. That's not a ban, but puberty blockers, that affects nothing. They want those banned. The way these adults obsess over whether or not these kids will be like vessels for reproduction someday is horrific. Because here's the other thing. At that age, you might actually know if you want kids or not, because I knew at a very young age and did not want kids. But here, Alejandro Carbello is just pointing out that children will find a way. If you deny them this, they will go to extreme lengths. So Hannah Barnes wearing a hot dog suit, we're all trying to find the person that did this. And she was referring to an article that says 1 in 10 children receiving NHS gender care are self-medicating with sex hormones. New data reveals the number of children taking either testosterone or estrogen. So she says, Alejandra says, good luck with cracking down on hormones. They're some of the most widely prescribed medications. Cracking down will only push people further into more illicit sources. Just look at how the war on drugs has worked. Very true. It's also kind of the same as you can crack down all you want on abortions. The people who need them will still find a way to get them done. It's going to be less safe. So you can prescribe them properly so that's done in a safe way, or you can deny them and they'll find ways. So Alejandro highlights a part in this article. These are licensed prescriptions only medicines and should only be used by people who are eligible and under medical supervision. So yeah, the spokesperson of the Department of Health and Social Care said the safety of children and young people is our top priority. We do not condone self-medication with cross-sex hormones. Alejandro says 84 children out of 894 in a country of 70 million. Again, this debate has taken up the attention of every publication in the UK for years over at most a few hundred trans youth that medically transition. The disproportionate coverage is absurd. It's a moral panic. Yes. I've been catching a lot of the politics stuff in the UK recently. I think you've got bigger concerns. Politicians, the media, really should not be paying attention to this for, the few hundred people that it affects and just let them live their lives. I think you've got bigger concerns. So, part of the article, in total, 84 children, all under 18 years old, have told staff they are taking either testosterone for females wishing masculine or estrogen for males wishing feminized, out of a total open caseload of 891. These hormones cause irreversible change to the body, helping someone who wants to transition to develop characteristics associated with preferred gender. Puberty also causes permanent changes. And Alejandro says, anyway, when J.K. Rowling and her ilk are long gone, their legacies and remembrance are remembered for what they are. They will still be trans people around thriving. They may be winning the battles now, but they will ultimately lose the war. They will never stop trans people from existing. This was also predictable. Quote tweeting herself, by the time they do so. Going back, so the impetus, I think it's just she's pointing out by the time they do, nearly all trans folks medically transitioning will have to do DIY, do it yourself, or private due to endless waitlist gatekeeping in the NHS. The media will run scarce stories of fabricate moral panic over a DIY and private providers. They already did this with Gender GP. So this is all predictable, as she says. And here's another article on it. Children taking DIY cross-sex hormones before going to gender clinics. It's kind of like, they say if you build a 10-foot fence, somebody will build a 12-foot ladder. In this article, not good, from what I remember. I've read so many articles that we'll have to figure it out, but I'm pretty sure this one was from a certain perspective. Hundreds of young trans people are buying puberty blockers or estrogen and testosterone without prescription from websites and even recreational drug dealers. You could just make sure that they get the treatments they need. Yeah, when Fiona found used needles in her daughter's, it confirmed her worst fears. I just felt physically sick, just horrified, she said. Her 16, and again, this is misgendering the child. Her 16-year-old son, Hugo, had identified as female for some time. In recent months, he had been asking for drugs to help him transition, something his parents have strongly resisted. So she felt physically sick from this. So Fiona realized he had gone behind their backs to secure a supply of estrogen. Someone had met he met online chat forum. She later discovered had even paid for the drugs. He didn't have the money, so they paid for him to get some black market estrogen, Fiona said. He got it sent to a friend who passed it on in school and managed to get the needles from an STD clinic. So this is what's horrifying you. This is one of your worst fears, is seeing that as opposed to seeing your child happy. You're just terrified. This is horrifying. This is making you sick, that you're forcing your child to go to these extremes to get the treatment she needs. I think a parent should be more afraid of walking into their child's room and finding some depressing stuff, the things that people go through in their teen years. There's a lot worse things that could happen. Experts are increasingly concerned that illicit trade in black market cross-sex hormones is thriving as the NHS clamps down on prescriptions of drugs for fear of long-term side effects. Let's see. I think it says a bit more. Yeah. And scary things can happen then because they don't actually know what they are injecting when they have to go to these lengths. How about just make sure they get the treatment they need from professionals? So here we have father's anger at trans girl potentially fatal testosterone dose, because that's a thing. The child, who was 15 at the time, was given prescription by the private gender GP clinic after one online counseling session, as somebody rightly points out. Actual headline: trans boy has safe dose of testosterone and since starting has become much happier, but his dad is a disgusting bigot and can't love his son for who he is. Yes. This woman just cannot love her child for who she is. That's all. That's all it is. Because, like I said, there are worse things that you could walk in on. Heartbroken, family of trans teen speaks out about how bullying led to his death. Do you want a happy child or a potentially unalive child? The family of a young trans student from Iowa who took his own life earlier this month has spoken out about the bullying he faced during his short life. 15-year-old Miles Phillips died on 4 November, prompting more than 150 pupils at Urbandale High School to walk out in support of his family and to call for more kindness. His mother, Ashley Campbell, told the Des Moines Register that he had been bullied in and out of school for years. He had tried to end his own life twice, even before attending the school. Protecting trans kids is important, but so is not being cruel, just being understanding, she says. I think that it is a bigger issue than just gender. My child couldn't handle it because that was what he was bullied about the most. He never should have had to endure that. Miles' death came a day after a substitute teacher refused to use his preferred pronouns. 11 months earlier, his family had informed the school that he was trans. School principal Tim Carver informed other parents and guardians in an email and directed them to resources, emphasizing that counseling would be available to students. Now that wasn't necessary. Oh, is there a trans child? Then we need to give resources to everyone else to make sure they get the counseling they need so that they know. Do you have to make it a public matter? Our thoughts will continue to be with Miles' families, he has said. Please be sure to reach out if your child would benefit from additional support. We are here to help. Maybe this is just like a really pissly poor phrase sentence. Like this should have been, maybe they're talking about if you want to look at this kindly, maybe they're talking about the principal sending this out on how to deal with a child unaliving themselves, but it just makes it sound like it's like, no, as soon as they came out as trans, we had to inform everyone. Officials from the Urbandale Community School District said they remain steadfast in our dedication to cultivating a safe, caring, and supportive learning environment for all students and staff. According to the survey for the Trevor Project across the U.S. in 2024, 39% of LGBTQ plus youngsters age between 13 and 24, including 46% of transgender and non-binary young people had seriously considered attempting unaliving in the past year. You are enough no matter what they say. You're worthy. The lyrics of a song called Love Worthy, shared by Ashley Reed. Even when the world feels cold and rough, you gotta know that you are enough. No matter what they say, you're worthy, loved in every way. Just hold on and don't give up, because you are loved. Miles' father, Rocky Phillips, told the Register, if I could give one message to all kids, it's if you see someone bullying another person, call them out. Bullies don't like to be called out. Always be kind because you never know what that person is going through. A GoFundMe has been launched to help the Phillips and Campbell families with funeral and memorial expenses, including the sitting of a park bench beside Miles's favorite place at the Urbandale Library. The GoFundMe remembers him as a kind, talented, and creative soul who expressed himself through music, who loved skateboarding, bicycling, and spending time outdoors. It goes on to say Miles was a proud transgender male who was driven and faced the world with courage, authenticity, and grace, even in the face of bullying and misunderstanding. He is deeply loved and will forever be cherished by his family. His parents and older sister will forever celebrate his laughter, his music, and his beautiful heart. Unaliving is preventable. Readers who are affected by the issue in the story are encouraged to contact the National Prevention Line and other websites if you need to. This is what it's coming down to. You're making the world so inhospitable. Like, these transphobes are making the world so inhospitable for trans folks that it's making it impossible for them to exist in society. Like, all these trans women are being pushed out of women's spaces, locker rooms, girl guides, organizations. Where are they supposed to go if they want to participate in society then? Are you going to force a trans woman to go into a male's locker room? If you're scared of cis men the way that they seem to be scared of cis men, wouldn't that be putting her in danger? Like, then where is she supposed to go? Where are these women supposed to go if they want to participate in society with them excluding from everywhere? They're being targeted in their professions so that they can be used for right-wing clout. They're being banned from places that have nothing to do with gender. And then they're being banned from, you know, locker rooms and washrooms and stuff. So what? They can just never leave their home. But in the end, this poor child is what happens. These transphobes, these bigots, these TERFs, they don't care about children. They don't. Because they should care about this child's life. It's so sad. So much to go over. I don't think I have it in me to go over this last docket today. I've been at this for a long time and I am running out of steam, and this last docket I think requires far more energy than I have right now. So part of the last docket is just going over Anna Kasparian's visit to Club Random. But in actuality, it's probably just going to be going over a lot of what we've already talked about with the change rooms and whatnot. But we'll touch on that a bit more. But then we'll also go into, you know, there's all this fear mongering over trans women when there's a type of person out there called a cis man that tend to not have to face consequences for really horrible things. But that's a heavy topic, so I think I'll have to get to that on a later stream because I am just like, I'm starting to run on empty. How's everyone feeling in the sandbox? Let's see what people are saying. B-Cat, I'm so sick of these idiots. People who literally cannot grasp a name change, yet they take the names of their husbands and legally change it. Oh, let's see. The Wild West, welcome to the sandbox. What's up with adults who care more about using the pronouns they like than the life of a child? Very true. Ooh, yeah, I'm about pooped out, and I still need to make like dinner. The Wild West. Sad I missed most of the stream. Had to work and get groceries. No worries. You can always go back. Go back at a different time too. Helps with the views, I think. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of when I can do the rest of this because Friday evening, Saturday evening, I'm busy and I don't really want to go over this before then. And then I got my news live stream. So it might be next Monday when I go over the rest of this. Let's see. Let's see what's on my calendar. Yeah, leading right into Christmas. Why not? On the 22nd, I suppose I can do the rest of this. And just so you know, I will be streaming on Christmas Day, maybe even Boxing Day. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't really have things planned for it, though, so I need your advice on what to cover because I like to have live streams on those days because a lot of people don't necessarily have places to go on the holidays, and it gets very quiet and lonely because a lot of our regular programming and places that we go online to socialize tend to shut down for the holidays. And so I want to provide a place for people to just gather and talk and make sure that we're all okay. And so I like to cover fun stuff on Christmas Day, like nothing heavy. So let me know what you're interested in talking on like Christmas and Boxing Day and stuff. If there's anything in particular you would like me to cover that's, again, a little bit more on the lighter side, a ridiculous interview or something that we can laugh at, that sort of thing. Let me know in the sandbox if there's anything like that, but I'll probably go over the Bill Maher and a Kasparian thing next Monday as I finish off this very long docket. I'm tired. I'm a little pooped out. That was a lot to go over. Looney Tunes, next Monday I can join you for the second hour. LeftoftheBox. Second hour. Third hour, fourth hour. It's all... yeah. Yeah. Tired. Please buy my book. And probably like the 2 weeks after Christmas, I might get more motivated to finish my essay, my TYT essay, and get working on that. That could be some of the stuff that we go over on Christmas Day. Is just like, here's my notes on my TYT essay so far. Let's get some feedback and thoughts so I can finish my script. You can watch me as I do research on it so you understand why it's taking so fucking long. And please go back and check out my last few videos that I posted, the interviews, because even if you've watched them already, please just go click on them. You can mute them, go to a different tab. I'm fine cheating. I'm fine artificially inflating those numbers. I can't afford to buy bots, so please do that for me. It costs you nothing, because I'd like them all to get over at least 100 views. You see, right now, my biggest fear is that I finally get those TYT essays out and not even 1,000 views on them. Looney Tunes Surfs might be live on Boxing Day, but I am pre-taping 2 episodes of my TV show Friday. After this week's show, I got family coming over for the holidays. Not leave until maybe the 12th of January. Oh, well, I hope you have fun with them. Yeah, I will be out on Christmas Day. A friend invited me over for Christmas dinner, and he's a wonderful cook, so of course I said yes. But I need to be kicked out by 8 because of a Strangers thing, marathon thing that he plans on doing that I have no interest in. So I might do one, like a stream earlier in the day and one later, like after when I get home. But let me know your thoughts on what you would like me to cover in that. Again, I want to keep it a bit on the lighter side. Like I was thinking, oh, I'll do a call-in show, but unfortunately those run the risk of getting very dark depending on what people call in for, because sometimes I get the feeling people will call in because they need support, and I worry that I'm not able to give them the type of support that they need. Like I don't know what to say or do, or I don't feel like I'm qualified, you know? I wish I knew all the right things to say all the time. But I think SandBox seems really quiet, so I think I'm going to wrap things up so I can go and get dinner and relax. Where is it? Where? Oh, no, this. Boom. Please read my book. It'd be nice if somebody on their ChemPad reader or whatever it is read more than just 2 pages, because it gets very depressing looking and seeing that only 2 pages of my book has been read over the past month. It'd be nice if somebody read the full chapter before they decided to realize they didn't like it, but I love my book. Can't wait to get back to it. I might disappear from this world when that happens. But thank you everyone for coming out. I know this was a bit of a heavier stream. I'll have to see how this goes as to whether these one-off streams are I don't want to say worth it, because they're all worth it. It's just it takes a lot out of me. I don't know. My hope in the new year is that my channel magically grows on its own. That I can get to a place where I don't have to ask for mutual aid when I suddenly struggle with a vet bill or a car repair bill, or if I need a new laptop, which I do. There's one on my wish list if anybody is interested and has an extra, $600 to spare. It's on sale. Looney Tunes maybe do a year in review on Christmas Day? Maybe. Yeah. Just trying to think. But yeah, thank you for coming out. You can always check out my Amazon wish list for things that would help brighten my day, or things to help build my studio, my art studio, my YouTube studio. The first thing I put on my list is still there. The very first thing I put on my Amazon wish list is still there. To be honest, I don't even know what I would do with it at this point. Other than I know at some point it would be useful. It's a green screen so that you don't have to see this background. You can see whatever background I want. Or if I wanted to do a bit or some other type of video, I could have a green screen behind me. But then it would take me having to learn how to use the green screen. But that was the first thing that I put on, and it's been up there the longest. Granted, when I put that on my wish list, the background I had really sucked because it was in my old apartment and whatnot. Yeah, it'd be interesting. It would be interesting. I could do a lot of fun stuff with it, I imagine. But yeah, thank you for everyone who has purchased things off my wish list. I really appreciate it. So do my cats, because my cats have gotten a lot of toys and treats that way. I have a lot of Reese peanut butter stuff on there because I do love that. Oh, peanut butter M&Ms. I need to put peanut butter M&Ms on. And almond M&Ms. Oh, I love those so much. I need to put those on. Anyway. They're just nice treats. Also, if you can become a member, that would be great. Both either on my YouTube or my Patreon. But you all know that. You all know that because you all rock. You're wonderful people. I love y'all. You're great. You're great people. It's quality over quantity. Oh, right. Let's see if there's anyone live streaming right now that I should redirect you to that I know. I suppose this space is live streaming. You know what? Why don't we do that? Well, we're going to raid this space. Let's see. I have to go back in here. And then I have to do the edit. They changed the layout here. There we go. Customization. Yeah. Where's the redirect on here now? Oh, add. There we go. Okay, we're going to be redirected to this space. So, I hope everyone has a great night, a great week, a great end of the year, and I hope your next year is also better than your last. But I don't want to say that now because that would sound like I'm not going to do a live stream till the... But no, I'm still going to do plenty of live streams between now and Christmas. But in the comments section, let me know what you would like to see around the holidays on this channel. Something, again, more light, upbeat, if possible. If not, I'm sure I can ramble about something. I seem very good at that. Very good at that. But yeah, you all rock. Thank you, mods. All of that sort of stuff. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.